Hello and welcome back to Arknights. Chapter 14, Absolved will be the Seekers. Last time we had quite a bit going on actually, as we finally managed to screw with the ritual of the Compissari, deal with the airship, and finally confront the Revenant that was the airship, I guess, would be the best way to put it. However, we ended ourselves at a bit of a cliffhanger before. I felt that would be a good cliffhanger to leave on, but yeah, Theros has returned. We now know most of the details behind how the Confessari created a new body attempted to recreate her using her corpse and tried to cut from the myriad souls. We don't know if it was perfect because an echo of it seemed to show up just to say goodbye to W before she became her altar. Okay. Which is very weird. I only vaguely understand the myriad souls myself. I'm just taking it as something kind of like Final Fantasy's life stream, but all the same. We're gonna have to go in deep now. I do like the new little roguelike mode. It's a simple but effective, although I'm probably gonna have to farm it off stream in order to, yeah, I'm gonna have to farm it off stream in order to get my stuff going. It's a nice place for rewards at the very least, but yeah, this says here that 1423 is possibly the ending, which I'm willing to guess, because I'm pretty sure that's when we're going to get all the freebie rewards, the ones I've been prepared for since the start. It's unfortunate, especially since the welfare for this, without spoiling who it is, the welfare of this chapter, like all the previous chapters, have passives that only work in this chapter, so it's a little annoying to get them at the tail end. I was kind of hoping we'd get them a bit early like in some of the others, but I guess that's wishful thinking. Alright, but for now, we just complete a boss fight, and I genuinely... I guess I couldn't think of things to say, because when I look back, I really repeated it, but yeah, I was not expecting a beam struggle against a boss in this genre. That was pretty creative. So... But now, we need to continue on. I'll grab a sip of my drink, and then dive right in. As per usual, full body water, especially since if 23 really is the last stage here. Well, I'm guessing that's the last combat stage, and there'll be a 1424 as for the ending, but... Oh, no, not standard environment. Adverse. Yeah, we're pushing things hard. And don't worry about my sanity being oddly low. I've got stamina potions, and I'm not afraid to use them. In fact, these events are... The story chapter release events are usually the best times in particular because you get a bit of a refund in terms of other stamina potions to save for it. So it's usually, from my experience, it's usually in your best interest to farm these. So yeah, I have no regrets about using them here. Ooh, I do not like this. I don't like this one bit. Right, I was doing quests earlier, so... For now, we're gonna be, let's see here. Stainless is nice and all, but... Actually, if there's gonna be a lot of enemies, I might seriously want to consider Reed Altar.
I understand the objective you've set.
On that note, I genuinely don't know why I didn't consider Reed Altar for these other chapters here. Yeah, that one would have been good. Yeah, that one would have been good, too. Oh yeah, this one she would have been great in. So, yeah, I don't know why I didn't think about using her earlier. And to think, I was saying I wasn't gonna hold back for any of these. You might not remember what exactly today means to you. It will lead you to great danger if you do so. No, you must remember. Condition, stable. Sorry for making you suffer again. It's the priestess holding our arm just like Amia did at the beginning. Hold on my hand tight, Doctor. Next time, please don't leave me without saying a word. Interesting. She has no feather accessories, no animal ears, oh, not even a Sark has horns. You wouldn't accept something like this happening again either, right? What's wrong, Doctor? Why are you looking at me so strangely? Unknown language. Priestess. Would you manage to learn such a strange language this time around? Did you sneakily upload your cognition to some civilization out in the tip of this spiral arm in this round of hibernation? Alright, I'd just like to reconfirm whether or not your capability for language has been properly restored. Don't tell me you've even forgotten my name just because you've had a big nap. Come now, say my name again. The database will analyze all your voice data. The priestess. You'll recover quite quickly, Doctor, but since your body's only just revived, it hasn't fully acclimated yet, so please don't make any sudden movements. NX-07 will press you back into bed if you do. Its new orders are rather difficult to rescind, so I'm afraid my hands are tied. Where am I? You're still on Rhodes Island, of course. This is our home. You mean just me? Just you? Hey, I'm here too. It all happened so fast. The damage in the defense array exceeded 90%. With all the extreme environmental damage we received, the repair units were finding it difficult to restore anything in the short time we had. Not long after you began your hibernation, many colleagues left, one after the other. Everyone wanted to treasure the time they had left before the stars fell. I understand how they felt. Now it's just the two of us. Of course, AMA 10 is still here as well. She's in good spirits and rather lively. Yeah, if you've seen her module, AMA 10, that's Calcit. Oh, but don't worry. What's left of Rhodes Island can maintain its basic functions. We still have time. While you're here with me, hey, Doctor, I'm not afraid of the end. No matter if our bodies collapse or our consciousness freeze or the laws of the universe invert, I can accept it all with open arms. I need only have you by my side. You seem rather absent-minded today, still not fully awake from your dream. She takes her hand, pressing against her cheek. The touch of her skin's warm. The corporality snaps you out of it. If that's the case, I'd like to know what you dreamed of, although I will say I would prefer if I were in it. A very long dream, I guess. Oh, dang, the whole Arknights was a dream. Dang, clearly we're a gambling addict if we keep dreaming of all these shitty rolls. Ah, Terra. That land, catastrophe, Oreopathy. You wandered the land for years, felt how real everything was, all too real. The jubilant cries of the masses still echo in your ears. Is that Rosemontis? The catastrophes have not yet stifled all hope. Beneath the trauma and suffering, you can still feel warmth enduring and eternal. It's warm, it's touching. You're surrounded by a gentle crowd of people, Rhodes Island. You'll never forget Rhodes Island. It healed your scars, allowed you to have your regrets. You're still standing in with it, aren't you? You've been to lands covered in ice and snow with them. Felt the soft sand on the shore with them. I liked Ideal City more than Docile is as far as summer events go. Witnessed how they live. Witnessed how they die. They convince you that an unjust land that should have been burnt away, ideals are still worth believing in. You accompany those idealists against the surging heat, no matter if it would sear your flesh. You saw vile empires and the sorrow of those unable to fight their fate. You could never forget. Her. She has never left you. They have never left you. Yeah, Amiya covered in Originium is actually a lot more horrifying the more I thought about it after the stream ended. Doctor. Doctor! Amiya, in an unknown language. Doctor, your mind has wandered off. It seems you have a penchant for speaking that alien language. I'm afraid that was no dream, my friend. And what's wrong with that? We have always had the power to define dreams and reality in our own hands, Doctor. When our consciousness traverses across the universe, across countless of light years, and we participate in sacrificial rituals to a white dwarf in the frozen wastelands. How will we define those experiences? Once you return to this body of yours, how will you be able to determine if the information that must wait millions of years to be captured is a dream of reality? Oh wait, you're not seriously thinking that over, are you? Priestess, what is it? Why do I know your name when we've never met? Never met? So you finally noticed. I'm happy to hear you say that. It means you're very close to finding the real me. But I can't help but feel a little disappointed, because that minor mishap your memories have been damaged beyond repair, and there's nothing I can do about that. Have I been here before? Here, it's the unknowable. We made a wish together that we can create this place. With the last warmth of the stars dissipate and the weave of time falls apart into chaos, we will let the darkness wrap around the two of us like a blanket. Sounds like you're describing a tomb. We will wait until this world and the starry skies welcome their final moments. Our universe will become an immense tome of its own. There is no hope in any corner of any star of the heavens. Each and every speck of cosmic debris seems to hold possibility of salvation, has long since been found and examined by us. Wait, what? Every attempt at resistance only ended its. There is no hope in any corner of any star of the heavens. Each and every speck of cosmic debris that seems to hold the possibility has long since been found and examined. Every attempt at resistance has only ended in premature destruction. Every exploration has only deepened despair. The conclusion was rather simple. Any life formed from ordinary matter is unable to escape. Any unknowable technology is unable to prevail over our inevitable end. My apologies, Doctor. It's just that it's been a rather long time since I last had the opportunity to tell you everything I wanted to say. Were we intimate? Intimate? I wouldn't use such a term to describe our relationship. Ooh. Well, I guess that makes the choice in the future easier. I'm just being. It belittles all that we've experienced together in the past. I'm afraid I don't remember any of it. Oh, that's fine. I'm not upset. Though your mind may not remember, I'm sure the deepest recesses of your consciousness, deeper than any probe or instrument can reach, there are still traces of me. If that were not the case, why would you allow me to keep holding your hand like this? Did we do all this a lot in the past? Holding hands. We had many different ways to hold hands. Much of the time, we did not need to use any specific part of the body to do it. The first time we met, I was flying about an oceanic planet. I used its star as my unchanging anchor, following the line where night met day, flying loop after loop after loop. The star died soon after. The ocean below me dissociated in the instant, revealing its bare, dark red skeleton of the planet. Yeah, the precursor race. I do know the fan theory is that ordinary humans were the precursor race. It's the one the Doctor's from, but Terra is a bit too different from Earth to be the supposedly post-apocalyptic that was thought to be later. I think the current theory is that it's another planet that was found, but again, this is all purely speculation. We don't know any of it. For sure, anyways. Someone tugged me from behind, pulled me with a nebula even more serene than the planet I just left. That one explained to me that although I knew I was most likely not any they knew I was most likely not at any risk. There was not enough time to confirm which starfield my original form was in, forcing them to use their ship to salvage my consciousness beacon. That was the first time I stepped aboard that ovoid ship. It's not quite as big, but quite agile, and it had already been to countless numbers of star systems. I took the ship to a planet far from hustle and bustle. I showed the master of the ship my seaside laboratory, and I stepped closer, and just like what we're doing now, we shook hands. My name is Priestess, the linguist. I'm researching the final sound waves emitted by plants as they die. I like quietly spending my time alone, but I also wanted to find someone to explore the universe with. And now it's your turn. Me introduce myself. I am the Doctor. Oh, wonderful. We get to know each other once again. Alright, you seemed somewhat hesitant back then as well. In that age, people were already showing less and less closeness in their associations with others. Thankfully, we are rather alike. You unselfishly shared experiences of your travels, and then extended me an invitation. We leapt across time and space, exploring every nook and cranny of the cosmos. At times we traveled from your ship, but most of the time we projected our consciousness to and from distant worlds. You would describe me the rise and fall of different civilizations, the rhythm hidden between the birth and death of the stars. As our thoughts collided with one another, we would work our way through countless iterations. We stopped to look back. We realized we had already far surpassed everyone else. She flips her hand and shows me a piece of the purest crystal. Originium. A crystal formed from our contentions and collisions, condensing an innumerable truths left behind by the pioneers who watched the cosmos. It truly is a beauty. Yeah, I'm starting to see where Calcic gets her wordiness from. She places the origin in your hand, then holds hand in hers. Together, you're holding this wondrous creation. Everyone said that I was the one who created the originium in the future both, as though I were akin to a god, but I always knew the true genius was you, Doctor. You have forgotten, but you shouldn't have. As I walked along the path creating it, I never ceased to follow your footsteps. I feared there would come a time when I'd fall behind you in the field of debate, feared that you'd realize I was not your equal, or perhaps you had noticed, perhaps you'd slowed your steps once, waiting for me to catch up to you. But now I suppose I will never truly know the answer. Well, there can be value in bringing, elevating others before going together. I mean, it's why Gohan and Goku got a lot more out of their training in the time chamber since they worked together versus Vegeta and Trunks, who refused to, well, mostly Vegeta, refused to work with anyone and they had to develop it independently. Does it bother you? It does, yes, but I've accepted this fact. I would say that actually it makes me rather happy in a way. You still hide many secrets to captivate me. Besides, from your perspective, as I am now, I'm the same as you in this regard. Am I wrong? I'm honestly still rather confused. Well, we can continue to find your answers here then. This is our shared creation, our shared past, and it conceals our shared secrets. You and I need only walk together. Sorry, but I have some more pressing concerns right now. I wanted to share a few things I've been keeping in your stead with you. Things you once described to me, your ideas and vision you've completely forgotten. I wanted to let you know all that we had accomplished. Perhaps this would have helped you remember the past and remember me, but I can see what you're thinking, sense what you're feeling. You're still plagued by endless doubts even now, Amia Calcit. I don't want to put you in a dilemma. I respect your decision. Her hand touches the darkness. Wait, those symbols in her eyes, those no, this triangle in a diamond. There's one thing that I'm sure of, Doctor. When you're truly confused by everything, you will remember the answers you seek were here all along. I will be here. Go, Doctor, save your conundrums. All that you wish for, I am able to grant. And once all the grand rhythms and minute pulsations have fallen to silence, you'll return to my side. Yeah, we know whatever the truth our previous self was, it was enough to make him completely give up.
Let's get this over with.
Oh my, they're leaving?
It's not my wish to take lives.
Alright, I should be able to get thorns going rather quickly with this.
Yeah, you'll hear from me as needed. Who will you? My power
These are
is
arts
all
damage
yours
specific if
now.
I remember right, so let's do it this way.
Roar. A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
Come on, Shu, get your thing, get your skill going. There we are.
Sow the mountains when summer leaves the white dew.
There we are.
Seed the plains when equinox paints russet hue.
Time for more ray power. I'm not holding back.
Not anymore soon. Where do you wish to go lives? Now.
Yeah, there's a lot of enemies in this chapter. I should have brought Reed Alter sooner. She specializes in taking out these groups. Even more so than Ling, but Ling I kind of have to bring anyway, so I figured I'd best try to take advantage.
You can breathe easy. What's the line? I'm just your average mechanic.
And that's as far as you go.
Acknowledged.
I'm prepared to fight.
Silver Ash, time to do your thing. Shu, do your thing.
Mounds and ruins bloom.
Excellent. Relief appears. I have returned. It feels like it's been a very long time since I left, and I have not come back to the ship for a good night's rest in quite a while either. Doctor, Calcit Siege, Has the war side ended? Finally, I can rest. I'd like nothing more than a hot bowl of vegetable soup at the cafeteria, then plop myself down my bed in the dorms. What about Theresa? At this hour, she should be... No, no, that's not right. Theresa's gone. The room's empty. Nobody's waiting for my return. I clearly remember that on my many nights in the past, there would be someone who would tell me the whole library's worth of stories to put me to sleep. But they're no longer here. Is this Amiya's perspective? Yeah, because Doctor... Obviously, I don't think we'd be talking about ourselves, referring to ourselves as such. Wait, why is there a piece of clothing on the bed? A white dress. Neat corsage sewn in the collar. The needlework is deft, clearly done by a very experienced hand. White suits you, Amiya. Theresa? So yeah, we are seeing this from Amiya's perspective. Doctor! Can you hear my voice? Doctor! Doctor, you are here as I surmised. What happened just now? Based on how you look, you seem in poor health. I'm afraid there's no way for me to do a physical examination here. Please keep your head clear and look at me. Do you manage to remember something? Hear the woman's stern but caring words, and you make an effort to open your eyes wide. Your vision gradually clears the various parts of your body as your various parts of your body regain functionality. You slowly open your mouth. Calcit. Where am I? Your shattered consciousness assembles and your fragmented thoughts realign. You're now able to determine you're standing on solid ground. You look around, certain of the familiarity of your surroundings. You've spent quite a long time here before. The expression on the woman before you is rather strange, even hostile. Who am I? Oh yeah, that, like I said, that's just image of Amiya being overtaken by the Originium is terrifying. I am the Doctor of Rhodes Island. Amiya, it seems you still remember who you were. Amiya's not here with us. I can say for certain this is not the original Rhodes Island. Where are Logos and W? You are the only one I've seen since we arrived here. Are you sure you don't know what's going on? I'm just as confused as you are. Do you not believe me? A certain degree of caution is necessary in these situations. Be on guard, Doctor. We must leave here no matter what. Right. We may not have regained our memories completely, but that's entirely because of how thorough Theresa was, according to Babel, when she erased our memories to begin with. And of course, Calcit knows that if we ever got the full one, we'd remember why we ended up choosing the priestess over Theresa in the end. Be on guard, Doctor. This is not a place we're familiar with, and I do not know what unexpected complications we may encounter. Still, I'll do everything I can to protect you. Do not stray far from me. Yeah, we're not in the luxury of taking our time. No more. I'm so tucked out I could sleep for a month. Don't be like that, Cruz. This is live combat exercise. You need to treat the training room like the battlefield. You can be real fierce sometimes, Captain. Focus up. There's still lots of drills arranged by instructors go. There was a fan theory for a while that Beagle had died during one of the fights, but Fang Alter's lines directly mention her, having met with her recently. So, yeah, good news is we did not lose anyone from the original squad of Rhodes Island. They've all had their own trials and tribulations, but they still live, which is good. It means we might finally get Beagle Alter at some point. Why so serious? They're not even here. Oh, Doctor. Good morning, Cruz. Is everyone here? Hey, Cruz. Oh, don't worry. Doctor's definitely not going to tattle on us or on the instructors. Let's just take a nap here before... I thought I gave you combat training exercises, not combat sleeping ones. Oh, well, we're doomed. Oh, I thought it was Doberman. Attention, all members of A1 detachment. Sir, all of you, 100 training laps around the room, then 50 stamina training on the double. Yes, sir. Sorry I had to see that, Doctor. It's been too long since Rhodes Island experienced battle. These young fighters of ours can be a little slack. So I guess it's up to me to tighten them up. Letting them grow up peacefully isn't so bad. Of course, but they still need to be prepared for any dangers we may come across. It'll be fine. No need to trouble yourself over training. I'll handle it. You've been You've been working real hard lately, Doctor. Take a rest. Don't worry. We'll be keeping watch. Do you see that too, Calcit? I saw the same scene unfurl. They truly do exist here. Dreams would not be so clear. This is not a scene out of your memory. No, it definitely isn't real. Keep a clear head, Doctor. We must press onward. It'd be nice if it was real, but we can't. We have to remember, Cruz and the others have all grown up now. It's why Fang Alter, Cruz Alter, and all those exist. And Outcast. Yeah. Outcast met her end in Chapter 9. So we know for a fact this can't be real. Rare to see you again here, Doctor. Got time to sit down and have a drink? Everything's on my tab for one night only. Huh, sure is a lot of people here, isn't it? Did you forget, Doctor? Today's Outcast retirement party. Here's to our venerate elder. Oh, shut a shop. I'm barely older than you are. Thank you all for all you've done for Rhodes Island, Outcast. Here's to you, Outcast. We'll always remember many deeds and exquisite marksmanship. Can't believe the Outcast is leaving us. There's not gonna be anyone to drink wish me on weekend nights. Hey, I'm just retiring. Not even a lateral funeral will be this sentimental. Plus, even if I drink so much night I don't wake up, I'd call my life well lived. Memories of working out alongside you all are my greatest treasures, and I'll bring them all to the grave with me, along with my patron firearm. Just make sure that it's the Rangers teaching the youngsters how to shoot. You're drunk, Outcast. Use a gun. I was supposed to teach kids how to shoot a Sancta crossbow. You need to cut back, Blaze. You're talking nonsense again. Both of you need to keep one eye open, one eye shut. Not too big a difference. Oh, looks like we're not the only ones at the bar tonight. Yeah, this is definitely... Oh, I'm serious, dog. Duh. Show me how powerful all the fist of a Knight of Tower can be. Just remember, you asked for this. Bard. Hey, this isn't a boxing gym. We're guests of Rhodes Island. Don't go about making trouble. Allerdale. I had my fair share of times like this before. Know that you're formally a member of the Steam Knights are going to break things off with the street loafers like us? Oh, stop it. Have you made your decision, Vina? I see no real reason for me to hesitate. My days in Norport might have been some of the happiest of my life, but I don't see any need to return to the palace. Alexandrina Vina is a descendant of the royal family, but also a normal, honorable Victorian. You're now an honorable Sea Knight, and I, the honorable Siege. I believe those lives of ours are for the best. Peaceful lives, such precious things, to life and Victoria. A future that could happen, but never can. Whenever in the mood, we should go out and have a stroll together. Perhaps now throw some stones at Duke's windows? This can't be real. These are the scenes your subconscious mind wished to see. You hoped that they were all real, didn't you? Who else do I see here? Only you can answer that. Let us continue, Doctor. No matter what you see, you must face it and surmount it. Guess we're going on a vision. I wasn't expecting a vision quest, but I guess that's how it goes. I'm back, Doctor. It's been a while. Tallulah. It hasn't been that long. Don't recognize me anymore? I was out setting up infected treatment centers in the north of Ursus. Took quite a bit of effort. Thankfully, the workers in town are all supporting us. Nothing the local lord could do but compromise. We managed to get the land we needed out of the deal. Union doesn't exist anymore? You're trying to crack a joke, Doctor. Have you just woken up? If Reunion didn't exist, you would be helping Rhodes Island with treating the infected nurses. What about Kashki? What about him? Why'd you suddenly bring up that old dead black snake? Finally, the deathless black snake is dead. Wow, yeah, this really is the Doctor's wish fulfillment. Tallulah's officially redeemed and part of Rhodes Island now. Well, hopefully has a really good 6-star, I imagine. And Deathless Black Snake is finally dead, so we don't have to worry about him anymore. And yeah, I'm aware that Tallulah is not immune to what happened there. It's been confirmed that all Kashui did was point her in a direction and give her a slap on the rear. Her actions were still her own. It wasn't until the actual Deathless Black Snake that we directly fight him instead of her, so... Yeah, for better or for worse, there's a reason that 9 is keeping her under such strict control. And Rhodes Island kept her in a cell for so long. You want me to thank you again? Very well. After it was only thanks to Rhodes Island Ursus that we were able to cast off that mastermind and start a new future for countless people. Doctor. Do not look back. Doctor. Oh no. Wow, they know what we all wanted. Playable Frost Nova. But that's something we know could never happen. Frost Nova, you shouldn't be here. Why? You told me to give me a report immediately after completing the missions, no? Missions Rhode Island, right? Well, who else would I would? It's been a Rhodes Island operator. You look strange. Am I too close and starting to make you feel cold? This isn't right. This isn't right. No matter how depressing it is, we can't fall into this illusion. One by one, the lively crew shed their visages, shifting into indistinct jet-black shadows. They do not appear dangerous, they just slowly drift around. Calcit, what are they? This is no illusion or dream. This is all real, in a sense. All these people, all things you've encountered in the past exist within your imagination. They took the forms simply based upon what you hoped most to see. How can you stay so calm in some situation like this? These scenes affect me as much as they affect you, Doctor. But they are ultimately a byproduct of your thoughts. Originium, guided by your wishes deep in the subconscious and your desires to make up for past regrets, has reproduced what you wish to see. You continue to hold a deep regard for everything you've experienced alongside Rhode Island's, and yet despite that, you're able to break away from this beautiful lie. Only now can I believe that you, as you are now, are still the Doctor of Rhodes Island. Originium, since when can it do this? All that you wish for, I am able to grant. The Priestess. As I thought, once told you, Doctor, that others cannot tell you how to solve the mystery surrounding you. You can only rely on yourself. I suspect we are now extremely close to that critical juncture. I can at least say for sure that you're no... If all this is based on my hopes, then are you... I thought our prior interactions would be sufficient for you to render an accurate judgment. Well, if these scenes are all about making up for regrets, will I be able to meet Theresa? I don't know for certain where Theresa is, nor what she's doing. What I am sure is that she has something to do with this environment. Doctor. Amia! Doctor, Calcit, good that you're both here. Step forward without hesitation. I was looking out lower for you, Doctor. Your clothes. Theresa left me this dress. So she really is here. I haven't seen her. I sense no presence of her aboard this Rhodes Island, in fact. Did you run into any dangers at all? I'm fine. So many memories flowed before me. But not only memories, emotions too, rich ones in every shape and form. I think the people we saw here were truly alive, but this form of life just makes me sad. After walking down the corridor and seeing you, I think I understand now. The emotions that I felt all stemmed from the same source, Doctor. Me. Yes. I touched you, Doctor. I've never done that before. The girl holds your hand, as she's always done, but a little tighter and more carefully. I know that you've changed a lot compared to the past, Doctor, but considering all we've experienced, I'm even more convinced that you, the one who stands before me now, has always been the you I've trusted the most. Memory may tell falsehoods, but emotion always speaks the truth. Right. Your conscious mind is capable of concocting a false. You can fake your surface thoughts and your conscious thoughts, but your subconscious, that is significantly harder to falsify. I'm not... Yeah. That's why I generally consider ability to read emotions like Amia to be theoretically a stronger ability than the ability to read minds, because the ability to read minds can be messed with if the person's aware, but the subconscious, you don't control that as directly, so that's a bit more tricky. There are many things I still understand at this moment. I have questions that can't be answered until we see Theresa once more. No matter what happens, no matter how many unhappy endings await us, you'll stand by my side, will you not, Doctor? I will. I am the Doctor of Rhodes Island. Good, that's all I ask for. Let's go find Theresa, then. Oh, nice. Do I finally unlock Medicamia now? First, we must figure out how to leave. The answers we seek are not here. Likely by design. Yeah, likely by design, if I had to guess. Though this is no illusion, heaven and earth, life and death, it is all falsehood. Ha! So even if you leave the dreary gallery of fakes, you find yourself wandering around an even bigger stage? Who the hell set up these curtains for us? Their taste sucks. Oh, looks like the main cast is finally here. Hey, Crone, let's put this all-knowing brain of yours to good luck. I got a real big question I want answered. Where the hell are we? Yeah, after the stream ended, I started thinking, figured, yeah, I think get to an extent, W did wonder if the Doctor was involved with Theris's death even before it was revealed to her directly like that. That's also why she was working so hard to confirm if we really had lost our memories or not, because if we really have, then, well, even she doesn't want to harm someone who is pretty much, strictly speaking, not the same person that committed those horrible atrocities. A small boat drifting across an endless golden sea. We are within Originium. Within Originium there exists a universe in and of itself. Oh my, difficult fight after difficult fight. If Logos is here, I'm feeling a lot more confident, I can tell you that much. Yes. I think this team should be good, yes. Now, I will say for the record, Silver Ash's module I could not get because I ran out of dodge module data blocks. Reed Alter, I did not get hers intentionally because, well, to be blunt, it's not a very good module, and she doesn't even need it to be blunt. She's hands down arguably the best medic in the game without even needing it. So I figure, yeah, I might as well save because, well, like I said, I don't even have enough module blocks for Silver Ash, someone who genuinely needs it, so. Universe. What's a universe? No language that you're familiar with has such a word. That's right, the civilization has not rediscovered space travel yet. That's why Lone Trail was such a big deal. Within the assimilated universe stands a great tower that touches the sky. No language has such a word. It's a concept far wider than the land and sky. It is all of space and time, and everything contained within them. Even the most arrogant of gods are unable to claim mastery over it as a whole, because the word itself signifies infinity, as well as the possibility for constant change. However, Originium is able to incorporate it with its entirety, all in the finest detail, forming an assimilated universe within... Okay, stop. In short, we got two things. One, for some unknown reason, we're dragged into the Originium along with the airship. Not that anyone knows how tiny little rocks can have this huge place in them. Two, we're not dead, and we know how we're still alive inside this... We don't know how we're still alive inside this universe in the Originium, right? A reasonably accurate summation of the whole matter. No reaction? Not even a raised eyebrow? W, did you throw a bomb in the sea? What else would I throw? I had to test the water somehow, and a bomb's as good as my hand, right? The old hag said we got stuck in. Maybe I could have oh so conveniently blown a hole. Oh, that would be nice, but... Look out! What the hell just happened? It was like there was something pulling on me. The yellow stuff down there is liquid originium, right? What else could the bomb have blown up? It would not have ignited. There's no energy present to fuel a reaction. I cannot sense any originium within the originium sea. Perhaps I should phrase it differently. As all originium outside this realm exists in combination with other matter, so it too must abide by the laws of an external universe. But here, those laws are dictated by the originium itself. You're not making any more sense than the old hag. Basically, we've entered a place that operates on its own grammar. I can sense the language contained within this ocean of originium, vast, boundless, without limit. As of yet, I've yet to be unable to thoroughly analyze it. Stop, Logos. Do not attempt to comprehend this language. We should not disturb it. Although it's highly likely we're already within danger sights, the fact the ship is permitted to exist is proof enough that we're safe, at least for now. The ship in the Originium Sea. This Rhodes Island exists because of you, Doctor. We should have been assimilated by the Originium and become part of the ocean, but thanks to you, we're not. You have changed. No, redefined a portion of the law. So the Doctor still has some level of command over the Originium. Not complete, but some. Under circumstances that you yourself could not perceive, you use this language. Sometimes it's in my brain and sometimes it's not. Ha, who would have thought you had that sort of thing in you? Don't tell me those weird dioramas on the ship were all your dream or something. Those heartwarming illusions were disgusting. I don't like them either. W turns her head, pondering as she looks ahead. She has barely even glanced at you since you entered the assimilated universe. The real question is, now that we barged into the Originium, how do we get out? Can this haunted ship take us somewhere? The Rhodes Island ship sails atop the Auret Sea. The Golden Sea. It resembles the mirror of the purest gold more than anything else, since the surface unblemished, nary ripple in sight. Well, I guess we have nothing better to do but sail to the Erd Tree. I'm sure the Golden Order will be nothing but welcoming to us. A question suddenly comes to mind. Are you really sailing? The ocean's surface seems static. Everything does, actually. It's too quiet. I cannot feel anything. Flowing emotions, rich memories. It's all faded. Doctor, Cal said, this is inside the Originium, right? I don't understand. It's already devoured so much. Cities destroyed by Catastrophe. People who died of oripathy. Shouldn't all those traces of life be in the sea? Why is there nothing here? Because this is the end. Everything sealed away by the Originium is trapped in this unchanging, undying end. Oh, how wonderful. A good place where even the dead can't die. Not even the Laterans could think of something so heavenly. No wonder there's no sarcasm aboard the ship. How could a sweet, blissful place like this have devils like us? No sarcasm. You might be right. Other than you and Logos, I haven't seen a single one since we arrived. The sarcasm. They're closely connected to the Originium, but where are they? The ship ran into something? Is there something on the water? Sight. Those shadows are sarcasm. Are they parts of the Revenant, or... Marching. The war eternal continues. No matter if it's on the battlefield outside, or in here. No matter if they are dead or alive. Countless sarcasm shadows appear above the surface of the sea. Yeah. Banshees and Azures, Diablos, Wendy, along with all the ancient clans lost to time. They grasp clubs and spears, crossbows, greatswords, some even bear witchcraft cans upon their backs. The water is calm, but many shadows form a torrent surging forward. Charge, fight, forever without rest. War. The Sarkaz war against everything, persisting through millennia, never ends. This is where the myriad souls of the Sarkaz return. So this is the life stream. I see cities, devastated. Originium blanketing the land. Rhodes Island straight ahead. Hang on. Panting heavily. Shining, what's wrong? The door is opened. The distance between life and death is closer than ever now. It's something that all Sarkaz can hear. And we've got quite a few here, don't we? We need to survive this round of impacts. The airship's being eaten up by Originium, which means the royal court casters are distracted. This is our only chance. There's too much damage to the vertebrae. Hodor? I can hear it. Did the Fairma speak to you again? What did it say? No. It's something else. I can hear all of history's wars happening at once. Yeah, this really is like that one scene of Final Fantasy VII. Wow. Look, Venus, I just made her to that big red thing above Londinia and get even bigger. Not just bigger, the red's darkened now. It's like the sky is turning into Originium. Storm's not calming down either. The Side Kings can't cover a range that wide. The Sarkaz will destroy the city, far more besides. Amiya, you must make it in time. The myriad souls bar our way. Here in this place where everything is stilled by Originium, only they continue to fight. Everyone hears the low roars of resounding from the Golden Sea. The Sarkaz war will never stop. The anger will never end. Oh, how interesting. Like a bunch of long-dead Sarkaz heroes are still fighting their asses off. Guess this is what they mean by a living hell. But why are they blocking us off? Hey, that thing in front of us, the tree root. Don't you guys think it looks like a tower? The Erd tree's branches block, rejecting all. You noticed it the moment you stepped atop the deck. It stands tall in the middle of your field of vision, uniting the golden sea with the quiet sky above. You're not quiet sky above. You're not quite fitting with either. Is it really a tower, though? That's a good question. It's taller than anything you can imagine. Why is there a tower in the Originium Sea where everything ends in stasis, though? The answer springs forth unbidden. Yeah, I think at this point there's only one answer we can reasonably get. Babel Tower. The airship's goal was here all along. She must be at the top of the tower, guiding the myriad souls. Indeed, she's waiting for us. The tower's our only beacon in this featureless ocean. And all the answers we seek, where we started. We will climb Babel and face her. I should have realized that whenever something's named Babel, we're going to be climbing a tower eventually. And then... It's also speculated that this is where the Ark and Arknights come from, since the idea is we're going to be gathering all races into some degree to move forward. But again, that's purely fan speculation, with the limited information we have at this time of streaming. More could come out even by the time you're watching this, I guess, if you're watching in the future, but obviously I won't know about then. Amiya, yes? I'd say I'm pretty clear-headed right now. Making all the way there, there's no way I haven't figured out what I want to do. There's still lots of people on the outside fighting their asses off. If we weren't so quick on the draw, I think we'd be seeing a few more familiar faces here among the dead heroes. Hey, old hag, bring your little monster out here to help us. It's gonna be tough the way we're headed. I cannot do that. Monster is unable to appear here, and I do not wish to arouse any unnecessary attention. Another one of those reasons you don't want to talk about. Doctor, I'm severely limited by the environment here, but it should have no influence on you. I will need you to move the ship. Well, this is the deck, not the bridge. You need not worry. The heading of Rhodes Island does not depend on your skill at the helm, nor any machine or energy generator. We are within Originium. You will have noticed by now you hold special significance to the Originium. The reverse is much the same. It's as equally irreplaceable as you. I thought I wasn't supposed to know this. My silence has many reasons. Frankly speaking, I still have my reservations whether or not I should be helping you retrieve this knowledge, because of things I've done in the past. I understand now. You said you hate me. Hate, torment, anger. I cannot deny it. At the same time, I did not only lose Theresa, I also lost someone that I once hoped I could trust. Me. I was very disappointed in myself. I was not completely aware of your changes, or rather, my perceptions were insufficient to reverse the outcome. We were able to glimpse the first rays of light of our goal, but Theros' sudden departure extinguished that flame. Once more, we're plunged in the deepest night. If we do not make the right choices this time, the darkness will be eternal. Maybe you shouldn't be trusting me again. No, I should trust you. I did worry that if I allowed you to regain your memories, it might bring unforeseeable changes, but over and over, you showed proof to me, to Amiya, that my worries are unfounded. The only thing I can say for certain is we walk the same path. From Chernobog to Londinium, your experiences and emotions have shaped who you are today, and now you protected us, saved us from being devoured by the Originium, and turned into complex flows of information. Yeah, I really do see why Calcit was so hesitant to reveal all this, because by letting us know that we have some degree of control over Originium, we could have done damn near anything for it, including a repeat of what happened to Theresa. There's probably, and I get why she's probably kicking herself for not telling us this earlier, because if she had realized it was safe to do so, we could have probably prevented the situation. But at the same time, I think she's being a bit too hard on herself, because it's very difficult to tell if someone really has lost all their memories, or they're just trying to pretend that way to get themselves a fresh start, so to speak. She can't read minds. Calcid is only wise because of how long she's been around, not because she has any special omniscience or mind-reading abilities. You made Rhode Islands appear and afford us the opportunity to continue in the stillness. Doctor, show us the way out and find the right path for yourself. The direction our future takes, where Rhode Island heads up next, it's all up to you now. Alright. Rhodes Island. Advance. You feel the movement of the ship beneath your feet, passing through the Originium Sea, passing through the army of the myriad souls, the tower getting ever closer and closer. Why is the sea so choppy all of a sudden? The myriad souls are affecting the surrounding environment. The assimilated universe is no longer stable. The deceased Sarkaz are blocking our way. The myriad souls are angered. They're looking out this way, all looking this way. Ah, sure, let them gawk. They can watch me step on their heads. Gonna run right over them. A great wave resembling a palm swats the tiny Rhodes Island. W grins and laughs. She takes a running leap at the wave. W! She disappears in the maelstrom, but in the next her laughter rings through the golden mist. Ah, I knew it! This thing isn't part of the Originium Sea. I can blow it open. I never thought I'd get to open up Babel itself. The sounds of destruction ring out, from quiet cracking to roaring collapse. The great pillar of the sky should not have been damaged by such tiny bombs, but some of its roots peel back, hanging down towards the minuscule people aboard the ship, providing a route from the deck to the base of the tower. Yep, looks like we're reaching the Elden Ring endgame now. Let's go, quickly. You climb the fallen structures with all haste. To your surprise, the white material feels soft and pliant, like some sort of cloth. Amiya. I've got you. Amiya touches the roots lightly. In an instant, countless hands stretch towards her from the sea atop the tower. Close your eyes, Amiya. Close your eyes. The king spurns them, drives them, and enslaves them. The king rules us, leads us, inspires us. You have arrived. You are among us. The myriad souls. The Originium Sea is close to boiling. The myriad souls search for the thirst for the King of Sarkaz. The myriad souls wish to force the King of Sarkaz to stay. Go on ahead, Amiya. Go and see Her Highness. Obtain the answers you seek and overcome them. Logos? I also miss Her Highness, but we have long since bid farewell to her. When Babel still yet roamed the earth, the first circle of our fellows vowed to dedicate our lives in service of our ideals. Her Highness and I were no exception. As for the voices of the myriad souls, I will respond. I've been waiting for this moment ever since I sang my first elegy. The will of the myriad souls, a frothing sea, billowing furiously. Their hands clench swords, their hands leash fairmets, their hands command 1,000 armies. Their heads bear identical crowns. They are the lords of the Sarkaz. They're identical. Well, they are the eternal existence of the Sarkaz. Nameless kings, there are no roads which you have not walked, no hardships we have not shouldered. You have not the strength to match us. You have no fearlessness to match us. They examine, they interrogate, countless fleeting emotions condensed to a raging swell, enough to wash away any will of an individual. Any will of any individual. But through 100 clashing and surging waves, then 1,000, then 1,000,000, once before them stands firm. The young Sarkaz lifts his bone pen, pointing it towards the nameless kings of Sarkaz. He needs no words. His curses are his answer.
A smith's gotta be ready to pay the debts accrued by the weapons she forges.
You're in a complex environment. Don't go off on your own or you might get disoriented.
Period. The reversal of finality.
Aid of the wind. We too can soar through the skies.
It's not my wish to take lives.
Crap, alright, I should have saved Logos. Okay, good. There we are.
Please, trust me.
Until we can confirm that this area is safe, I will hold this position.
Yeah, you'll hear from
Ray
me
is just
later.
barely in range, but I should think it should be fine here.
Points where I'm hearing movement. Roar. A word I've not heard in a long, long time. Who will you choose? You will not come to harm. Alive. Now, ignite.
Dang it, I lost Logos. I can probably win without him, but he's kind of a really helpful ally.
Stop! Watch your step. Don't hurt the cross.
If you're really incapable of settling this, then let me. This battlefield would do well with a splash of ink. Flesh and bone bear weeds. Mounds and ruins bloom.
I didn't mean to lose Logos, but I guess I'll have to make do with what I got now.
Not anymore soon. Don't go too far. Better leave the setting of the sun. The brush draws up the peaks.
Crap. Oh. Well, if he's here in the live stream, that means he really did die. So I guess that must have been an X. Oh wait, he has 90% damage reduction. That's such a pain. Oh, but he has no towers here. So he can't revive his minions.
Very well.
Stop! Watch your step. Don't hurt the cross.
We're getting a greatest hits, I see.
The brush draws up the peaks. Right at my position. Yeah, Not anymore soon.
Yeah, without any towers, it's not an issue.
Made up your mind?
Wait for him to get a little closer. Looks like he doesn't have his damage reduction here, which is good because, that would have been a real pain. Ray can fire through it, but without any bombs, that's kind of a problem.
Stop! I'm in position.
Oh no, yeah.
Down to work.
What are you planning? The fool flaunting his gallantry reaches none with his vanity.
Points where I'm done rambling in the dark. If you're really clear skies for Qingming, rain clouds for Guoyu. With the setting of the sun, the brush draws out the peaks.
Oh boy, Patriot. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. Patriot's just a stat stick, and guess what Ray specializes in? I just have to hope he doesn't go south. Because if he goes south, that's going to be a little annoying.
Points where I'm clean, and that's as far as you go.
Yeah, eat bunny bullets, Patriot.
Don't go too far. Don't go to the setting of the sun. The brush draws out the peaks. Where do you wish to suspend this bug? You needn't say. Points where I'm cleaning up. I wasn't supposed to act, but
Made up your mind?
got my books. I'm done rambling. Flesh and bone bear weeds. Minds and ruins bloom fields.
Made up your mind? The fool flaunting his gallantry reaches none with his vanity.
He's invincible for a bit, so... Ow.
Doctor?
Why is he invincible for so long?
Got my bolts, and that's as far as you go. Don't go too high. I'm not attached to you.
Ow.
Now's the time.
Ow, that was bad.
Doctor, take flight. Mission accomplished.
Ha! Gotcha. Like I said, Ray is specifically here to cut through stat sticks, and she cut through Patriot like butter. Ever since King Elise died, I continued to see him many more times. His emotions experiences remained within the civil light Eternia, but there's still marked differences between him and my memories of him. My impression of him was a man who was always sitting in the center of the chamber of the royal court, his head hung low, never speaking a word while the other members bickered against one another. Ducariel and Naslim believed him too weak, telling him plain to his face that once more the Black Crown has erred in its choice of successor. He never responded, he merely continued to stare out the window, his gaze enraptured by the thick smoke billowing from the furnaces outside. Only after his death did I know that Illis was a remarkable caster and artisan, once dedicating his time to researching arts that would improve the living conditions, planning all the possible ways Kazdal could step into the Crystal Age. He traveled many years. Once returned, he persuaded the Revenants to prepare to rise an immense furnace in the heart of the city, larger than any other. Once the crown fell upon his head, the newly crowned King of Sarkaz slowly slipped into silence. The burden of all too many emotions and memories of pain beyond measure. Many chosen by the crown did not have time to leave behind their names, so swift was their death from madness. But listed not for insanity. He bore it all, and also all thanks to his lucidity that he fell further and further into despair. The Black Crown revealed the truth to him, and me in turn. All that we can envision, the future of the Sarkaz most likely be yet another loop in the circle that is the tortured history of our race. All that we build will end in ruin. War will tear apart Kasdale. War will kill him and kill me. Is that from Amamia's perspective or Therasa's? Roar. You can't keep going much longer. Come on, take the bastard and the witchcraft altar will be useless. Crossbow bolt lodges itself to the Sarkaz's chest. He takes no heed, continuing his advance. Beep, 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 beep. He lowers his head, seeing the bolt fletchings protruding from his chest have begun to shine. The cluster bomb within the flesh explodes. A multitude of concentrated explosions faster than even powerful witchcraft can heal. Did it work? Ah, he really is dead. Damn, we blew him sky high. All that's left are just bits of bone. This idea is amazing. We don't need to fear these monsters anymore. Wait, the remains begin to glow. The soldiers instinctively retreat, but try to retreat, but it's too late. A spurt of flame and originium dust enveloped this corner of the battlefield. My patriarch, your body, it will not hinder me in battle. The Victorians, they are fierce. They've adapted quickly. They're on the cusp of finding means to counter our ways. Our losses grow by the minute. Our warriors will not surrender. Our defensive lines still stand strong. Indeed, my liege, it is enough. I believe in Therasis, in Therasa. This has not changed, not even now. I have talked to Therasis about Guldal and the City Maker many times. The children of the soil and stone have long since scattered across the land, and I was in no way able to replicate his deeds, what with his unique talent for commanding gargoyles that he used to quickly lay down city walls of stone. However, I was able to learn much from his decisiveness and leadership. A clothes maker, a city maker, I jokingly told Therasis that perhaps Guldal and I were more alike than I thought. His face turned serious all of a sudden, telling me he would not allow me to share the same fate, betrayed by those he called his close companions. I was never able to share all of Guldal's thoughts and feelings with Therasis. Guldal's final emotions had been embedded themselves deeply into my mind. The last thing he laid eye on was not the Diablo who betrayed him, but the city that he and countless others brought together. We knew that Guldal would not be the last king of Sarkaz slain by the ones they held dearest, nor was the city the final Kasdale. As long as those who yearn to return home, Kasdale will be reborn from the ashes. I'm starting to think that's Therasa's perspective. Both BM and TAA are currently clear. You can proceed down those routes. Originium and Crystal Clusters should not reach them for the next 15 minutes. I-9's no good. Feist, the beacon just changed color. The Originium mountain next to it is a collapse risk. Closure. We've scouted ahead on I-903. We got wounded. Looks like they're civilians. Yeah, I saw it already. I'm sending a buggy. Make sure to meet it and get what defensive equipment and medicine you need. It'll know where to go next. Oh, there's also 2 drones headed your way. When the fog rises, keep an eye out for the signal light. Green means no problems. The exemplars will provide support at I-901. I can't help but ask, Closure, how many things are you controlling at once? I'm still doing alright. 7, 8, dozen things in total, looks like. I got my eyes watching a few others besides. The situation's more complex than most other Rhode Island catastrophe support missions, Fang. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Closure, you should also comm interference, huh? Looks like drones 176 and 178 lost signal. Found some supplies, meds and eats. Nothing that could be used as a weapon, though. You can have the food and medicine, though don't take more than what you need. You're really gonna try and make demands when you ain't got a weapon? Wait, vampire? Oh yeah, don't worry, I'm not with the royal court, and I don't know how to use arts to rip all your blood out of your body with a snap of my finger. If you really are one of those bastards, stick my sword through your neck right here and now. You're not on a mission, are you? Manfred wouldn't have sent a team that doesn't recognize our logo. I know saying this to you isn't going to change anything, but this position's about to blow real soon. Do you mind not getting in my way of work? Ugh. The crazy catastrophe's coming back around. Damn the royal court and whatever insane thing they pulled out of their asses. I ain't staying in this blasted place. Hey, this is 467. You guys read me? I said the mercenaries who attacked the camp have been dealt with. Go, Closure. You should move to the next safe location. Sure, thanks, Master Assassin. Surrendering? If you are, then you can just go ahead and come along with us. Not like I got any other choice now. Since the war progressed, more mercenaries are scattered all over the battlefield. They're likely to return to old habits without the military commission's command to keep them in check. We'll most likely be encountering more attacks like this one. Wasn't the same deal back in the day? It was. No matter if we cross catastrophes or a horde of enemies, we'll do our best to allow anyone who wishes to go home to go home. I'm gonna grab a sip of my drink here. Has there been any news from the military commission? I heard they just killed a Victorian Duke, and that won't be long before they bag their second and third. Have you got any good meds lately? Want to heal up this busted leg of mine? Even getting rid of just 1 or 2 rocks would be good enough. Run a bit faster in battle. You are heading to Londinium as well? Londinium? How am I supposed to make it there? If I want to go, the Regent's not going to want me. With this war, it's going to end up at Kasdal sooner or later, right? Those Victorians and Lithanians are not going to let us off easy, are they? You should probably start planning ahead too, little fella. Keep polishing that weapon. Remember how to use it to kill. The military commission. After so many years, is our city really about to... Huff puff. Think finally caught up with you. Oh, you're Oh, you're a fellow professional? I mean, being a messenger. So many years gone by in an instant. I've been away for far too long from Kasdal. I'm not too familiar with it nowadays. I heard I would be able to find who I seek at these coordinates. Would you mind telling me how to get the former location of Babel? Ooh, is Ermengarde going to join us? That'd be nice. Our progress on Babel's work saw a heavy pushback at every turn, as expected. Actually, the Liches joining us is probably perfectly reasonable. Even the Lich King himself has been surprisingly reasonable in all these events so far. He was also one of the few who refused the call, although when the military commission demanded all the other kings to join. Then again, I guess the military commission is only a fraction of the power they once had, even when they fought Calcit in that war in the years long past. They lost, and they had everyone with them at the time. Our progress on Babel's work saw a heavy pushback at every turn, as expected. I was never worried about failure, but I did not want to see those who harbored hope fall back in the cycle of despair. I dove deeper and deeper into Civilite Eternia. Calcit reminded me this could put a strain on my body, but time was short and I had to make use of every resource I could. In the end, I managed to find the Far Chaser, the very first king of Sarkaz. I saw a faint vision of a war that engulfed the sky and earth, a crowd of people being devoured by despair, and then... what was perhaps Originium? I could not say. It looked far different from the black crystals we were familiar with, though, glinting with a cleanest luster. Our king of Sarkaz, the first defender of Kasdal, offered his very blood and soul to it. Soon after eternal night descended, all sound and light faded without a trace. The Far Chaser had renounced his name and left little emotion within. I believe he did so intentionally. He embraced darkness on behalf and buried himself within it. What I had stepped into was a cold and desolate tomb. I paced back and forth within, lost in thought amid silence. Up until the moment I realized the darkness was not as desolate as I had assumed. A tower. Only by building a tower tall enough could we reach the darkness of... Everything we build would collapse in ruin and be swallowed by the sand, this is true. But our will and our desire to rise back up from the dust millions upon millions of times, we climb. And we climb. We never stop ascending, crossing over the limits to our knowledge, until we transcend the darkness. So this is why there's a tower here. Well, somehow or other, it looks like we managed to reach the top. Oh dang, we didn't even have to do a long dungeon to go through it. How long do we spend climbing this thing? Feels like I've been climbing for ages, indeed, but we might need to climb a little longer. Hey, little bunny, what are you blanking out for? I was listening. It's the dead guys with limited vocabulary nagging away. Have you gotten tired of them by now? Amiya knew whose voice she heard, the King of Sarkaz among the myriad souls. The myriad souls wishes the King of Sarkaz will listen. Amiya cannot help but follow the voice and delving into the depths of Civilite Eternia. Fumbling about amidst the countless fragments of space and time, a ring chafes against the palm of her hand. If only she could remove them, she'd be privy to the secrets ancient and new, and all the details of the past will flow to her brain. Not now, Amiya. Doctor, Calcit. You're being influenced by the myriad souls. In their impatience, they're willing you to accept their choice. I wish to understand her emotions. Then you must face her. We must all do so. She's right, Amiya. We'll all do it together. I know. Other than the myriad souls outside, I can hear the voice of your hearts cleanly. The doctors, Calcit's W's. Those who dare use arts on me to peep at my thoughts tend to not last too long, but I guess we made it this far. I bet we're all pretty much thinking the same thing anyway. Urgency, nervousness, brimming anticipation, all vivid emotions that contrast the echoes in the deadly silence. Let's go together, we're very close now. Let me have a think on how we should tear down this transparent ceiling. Perhaps she already told me how. An eye within the darkness hangs above their heads. A rhombus. It appears to be the only light in the darkness, as if it is the one that devoured the brilliance of all other things. Yeah, that... I thought it was a diamond, but I guess a rhombus does work too. but it's a recurring symbol. It's been going throughout this entire chapter, including the event page that I show off at the start of each stream. Every single King of Sarcasm among the myriad souls raises their head. Amiya stretches her hand out towards the rhombus. Every King of Sarcasm among the myriad souls stretches their hand out. All we need is the key. These were the only words left to me by the first King of Sarcasm. The stone that enshrouds us like night is our suffering and our hope. We came here because of hope. At this moment, the Far Chaser, the City Maker, the wrathful Cerulean Flame, all the Kings of Sarkaz are with me. Even Elis takes up his staff once more. They fight alongside me. Ah, she has embraced becoming the Avatar. For the sake of our shared duty, the duty of the Kings, the future of the Sarkaz will be revealed here. We can now enter Dracula's inverted castle, apparently. Heaven and earth, up and down, light and dark, past and future. All of a sudden, they are reversed. The top of the tower that is now also its base, and the end that's also its beginning. Ami hears a sigh. We've been waiting for you, King of Sarkaz.
Another song.
Oh, right, I'd completed a mission, huh?
Doctor, perhaps you and I truly are as two entwined things.
As much sad as it is to say, Ling is one of the reasons I don't really listen to all the hype about, oh, you must the operator. It doesn't matter how much you're free to play. Spend as much money as you take. Yeah, no. Even Yada Walter, you'll notice I don't actually use as much as you might think. She's great, don't get me wrong. She's absolutely an amazing nuker, but she is far from a necessity, that's for sure. Oh, dang, we're getting a lot more red missions now. It takes a king to confront a king. Clash of wills and ideals. Either there's extremely few places you can place an operator, or this is another, operators can be placed on the ground and... Alright. We're just gonna use one of these big boys. Because if I could complete this tonight, that's gonna be quite... Amiya must be in your squad and promoted to... Ah! Okay, yeah, if she needs to be in the squad, then... I already had her promoted to E2 for the purposes of her,
I shoulder the wrath of so many others.
Yeah, my Amiya's already E2 because she needed that for her previous change. And oh boy, I'm gonna love this. Team is rescued at the top, it tells them. We weren't imagining it. Heaven and earth reversed in the blink of an eye. Strange, I don't feel any discomfort. Do not be distracted by the changes in the rules of the assimilated universe. Mortals were never meant to set foot in this place. There's no point in trying to judge the line between real and unreal based on our conceptions. Look up the sky. The golden ocean that Rhodes Island sailed is hanging above our heads. Doctor, I see Rhodes Island, the churning tides. The myriad souls call to me. They're trying to pour down and drown me. Loco's still fighting them. Hey, I don't care how above and below change. Tell me, where is Her Highness? Doesn't seem like she's here at all. Damn, this place makes me uncomfortable. That disturbing kind. Oh, but the voice called out to me. That was Theris's voice. The myriad souls. She's here. We've already found her. Enough riddles, hag. Look with your own eyes. Other than those weird pillars, do you see any? She stops mid-sentence. Pillar, tower, myriad souls, Theresa. In that instant, she understands why her soul finds this place so comforting. The myriad souls have taken crimson roots here, extending the furthest reaches of heaven. Those white pillars. They're Theris's will. She's trying to stabilize the tower. She's been watching us. Time does not flow in the assimilated universe, but this miracle continues to grow. It's even trying to pierce the sky that we are standing on. Maybe it already has. If she could break through the limits here, then that means... Why are you looking at me like that? I had to make sure this thing we're standing on is solid, right? I don't want to get pulled from beneath her feet when we're finally about to see Her Highness. But the sky is more than what it looks. My bombs didn't even leave a mark. It's impossible to damage this place through any physical means. The limits of this place are set by rules beyond the comprehension of Terra and incredible amounts of information. It permits neither change nor challenge. Could have fooled me. You're hiding something. Hood was right. This tower's broken beyond whatever limits, broken through whatever limits you're talking about. I know you have secrets that not even the Hood and Bunny know about. You've never been here, but you're familiar with many things here. You hide it well with your face, but you can't fool me. W, don't. We can't afford to waste any more time. If Her Highness has fallen asleep while waiting for us, someone has to put new batteries in that alarm clock. She's not as reckless as she looks, Calcit. Ha! Give me a hand, Bunny. There's something I need to make sure. I'm wondering, why would there be no shadows in this hellhole? There's no sun and no moon. She throws her flashbang upwards. Rather than fall back to the ground, it keeps going up. The ball of light rises from the sky, flying towards the golden ocean, revealing a blurry shadow. Over there, Amiya, the shadow that won't go away. He's here too. The Revenant? He might attack again. Be careful, Amiya. I don't sense any hostility this time. It's like he doesn't even notice us. Want to do it, Bunny? I got a score to settle with him. He must know something about this place. Wait, W, this is strange. He's not like the other myriad souls, lingering here rather than leaving. If he's here, does it mean he's dead too? No, he's fine. In fact, he's never been better. He's fully at peace. I can feel it. A peace filled with sorrow. What did Her Highness do to him? Theris has saved him, retaining the last bit of consciousness the Revenants had left. Not only that, she brought clarity to his chaotic mind. She cured his madness? She can do that now? I don't know what Theris' state is right now. Can we communicate with the Revenant, Amiya? He may hold the key to the truth. I can try. A dark wave ripples from Amiya, touching the black shadow. The shadow meanders and answers the king's whisper. So it's you who arrived here after all, in the end. The indistinct shadow opens its mouth. Its tone is surprisingly calm, without any hint of anger. An instant of clarity had arrived after a millennia of torment, soothing his fury at long last. It's no coincidence you're here, Revenant. Theris has saved me, preserving the fragment of a soul that should have disappeared. I merely followed her to this place to witness the turning point of the Sarkaz destiny. Where did you say Theris, Her Highness, is? She has departed to retrieve the seed from the very beginning. The seed, Anonym. Isn't Anonym already under Sarkaz control? Then what else is Theris trying to do? Originium created everything in this land. It's been utilized in many ways, but no one has truly mastered it. Except for Her Highness. She said that she would steal the fire from the source of all suffering. The curse will become a weapon that will reshape our lives. An immaculate garden for the Sarkaz. Darn, the immaculate garden's from IS-4, isn't it? Oh, that one's a big pain. Controlling Originium of the Origin. After all we've been through, though, I think you know what this means, Doctor. She's fighting for authority over the Originium itself. The vision of Theris and Theris goes beyond the limits of all knowledge on Terra. I can't let the Originium become a weapon of mass destruction. There are no more questions. Calcit gazes at you silently. You've been through too much together. So you can talk normally after all, huh? Not to hold that crap about suffering? I was human. Once. I had raged at many things in my long existence. The invasion of the ancients, the betrayal of the Sancta, the fall of Kazdel, and rejection by the myriad souls, until I came here and learned the true nature of the myriad souls. All I feel now is just sorrow. Can you stop making sense again? Do you not see the myriad souls in the golden ocean? All Sarkaz struggle against the injustice of fate in their entire lives. There's no release, even in death. The myriad souls are only broken fragments of information that linger, imprisoned in another manner by another will. But Her Highness said she'd purge purgatory and bring salvation to the Sarkaz. You seem to be able to communicate with this little guy, Calcit. Why don't you translate what he's saying? Is Theris able to modify the information within Originium? That was her promise, and Theris keeps her promises. Ah, finally, Theris. Wait, what'd you just say? Where is she? Amiya, the shadow under your feet. Shadow? How could I cast shadow when there's no light? No, this is not my shadow. Amiya looks down and sees the striding white silhouette through the sky she's standing on. Sky, and beyond the sky, Theris and Amiya, reflections of one another. Amiya. Amiya hears a whisper and looks up. Theris is already standing by her side, and she takes Amiya's hand. Oh, damn it, the battlefield's changing again. Fiend at the ground, it's rumbling. Stay at your post, Hannah. Don't get distracted. The thing above the shard just released some strange form of energy. If the Sigh of Kings fails... Remain alert. Allied commanders reporting that at least 7 coordinates with sudden changes in terrain have occurred. 3 assault ships belonging to Duke of Abercorn reported destroyed. Communications were lost with 2 force recon units under Duke of Astworth. Order all units to stop attacking Hill C9. Scatter the sides will be swallowed by the waves of Originium. Got it. Everyone's moving. We got another really bad news. Looks like someone's sitting on the empty throne in the Nazir camp. The Nazir King's back. The fog is getting thicker. The Sarkaz are striking back. Horn, you and Bagpipe can coordinate operations with the Allied command. You're more familiar with the Army's commands. The other units will support us. Lose this pass, and we lose all the ground we took. Roger. I'll help. I'm getting used to dealing with this stuff. Captain, look, the Glorious. It's crystallizing quickly. The Sarcasm besieging it. The Duke of Castra's still on the ship. Victoria can't afford to lose another Duke in battle. The sound of electronic static and the same voice is heard all over communication channels on the Victorian side. Attention all soldiers of the Alliance. This is Duke of Castor, in command of the Glorious. You see, as I do now, the Sarkaz tyrant has torn our motherland apart. The malice and barbarism of a foe merely serves to strengthen our resolve to defend our country. As long as our ships and soldiers, as long as we do our duty, this is the resolve of Parliament and every citizen, Duke or commoner, general or soldier. Our foe climbs the broken bow once more, of the Glorious once more. Originium threatens to devour our fortress. But we've not yielded, brave soldiers, and neither will Castor. I shall step the front lines and stand with you. Let's hope her abilities are worthy of her name, I guess. We stand upon Mother Victoria, Duke of Castor. Is he mad? The Steam Knight went mad a long time ago, Hannah. Did I see that light? The Steam Knight just smashing the Glorious? No, he smashes the almost crystallized stone of the sword and Sire of Kings. What's he trying to do? He wants to save his Victoria. Right, he considers the sword to be his Victoria at this point. Even the frightened soldiers near rear heard the unusual sound from the Glorious. The armor patrols the stone of the sword, trampling every Sarkaz who attempts to approach it. But he could contain the spread of Originium. Victoria! He roars, he smashes the ground, but there's nothing he could do to stop the Originium from swallowing the Realm Blade as soon as he charged at its foe towards the Glorious devoured by Originium. The Originium crystal shatter. The shock sends the Sire of Kings flying, landing at Vena's feet before countless eyes of astonishment. Vena pulls out the sword that had been with her for so long. She points it to the charging foe and spreading fog, taking not one step back. She's answered by the call to charge and sound of blasting steam. You've grown. Her tone's as gentle and mild as Amia remembers, but Amia knows this is not the same Theresa who once held her in her arms and told her stories all night. Amia has had so many questions she hoped to answer for when they met, but she could not say anything or ask anything. Theresa would not permit it. I can hear the questions within you, Amia, but I cannot answer them. All answers, all explanations are pale and powerless. Our reunion is the product of an accident. Perhaps I was looking forward to this moment as well. You, Calcit W. Doctor, you stand before me. I'm sincerely joyful for this reunion. You feel it, don't you? Why? She should have been sure. She should not hesitate. The one before her could not possibly be Theresa. Why then does she look exactly the same? Not in appearance, but also expressionized emotions. You're not Theresa. You truly think that, Amia? The Theresa I know would never do something like this. Enough, Your Highness. Damn, I came here thinking I had it thought through. I couldn't find any words other than Your Highness before that face. Ah, yes. I remember you. W. Ha, you remember me. That's no greater honor I've won in my entire career as a merc. I would have ran up to hug you if circumstances were any different. But you don't know, and you don't need to know how many times I've said goodbye to you already. This might sound sentimental, but you were special to me like no one ever was. You showed a wandering mercenary sight she never thought she would see. The only way I can repay you is by putting you to rest. Is that so? You still call me Your Highness. You still remember that I'm the King of Sarkaz. The only thing left for me to do is to protect the Sarkaz. What did Theresa just do? Amia turns around to see that everything's changed. The white pillars grow at a breathtaking rate. The immeasurable tower of infinity now falls at a breakneck pace. The only place she stands upon, only around Theresa, there is eternal peace and silence. This tower is beautiful, Amia. It will continue to grow forever, breaking through all limits, hold up the heavens for the garden that will rewrite the Sarkaz's destiny. How I wanted you to see it. But you're not permitted here. Accidents must be eliminated. When you stand before me, you're the enemy of the Sarkaz. No. A black crown appears above Amia's head. I won't allow that, Theresa. We have to remember, although many...
Sound of muddy air, tracks of animal. I'll keep a watch that way.
You're in a complex environment. Don't go off on your own or you might get disoriented. Tell me what you need until we can confirm that this area is safe. I will hold this position.
Damn it. I'm gonna have to do it the annoying way. This is not ideal. I probably should have put her here, actually. Then again, enemies could fire at her from here. Yeah, Ray can. If a boss is here, Ray can kill them. This is what Ray's best at, after all. We'll put Reed Alter here. Amiya needs to be here as well. Alright, let's go here. Oh, I certainly hope that thing's not going straight for the blue box, because if that is, that's going to be a problem. Amiya time to increase everyone's attack powers. Let's put Silver Ash here.
Point where I'm hearing movement. Amiya here.
Put Shu here. This way we can help delay enemies to an extent.
What are you planning? Thy pleas fallen upon deaf ears.
If you're really in though the mountains when summer leaves the white, and that's as far as you go. Where do you wish to go? This sort with what do I answer if I'm
Okay, yeah, we're doing some good damage now.
Doctor? Got my bolts kitted. I'm hearing movement. Doctor? Doctor, I shall protect you. I wasn't supposed to act, but... Got my boat, and that's as far as you go.
What are you planning? Fool! For what reason hast thou come?
Would any of you like to be my paint? Point where I'm clear. I'm done rambling in the dark. Too difficult to extract.
Alright, we'll use this to buff them all up. It might be a little easier if I brought Yado Altar, but I think there's a timer. Yeah, usually if a boss is stationary, they will automatically kill you if you take your sweet-ass time, so be careful. We gotta be careful here. Luckily, this is Ray's specialty here. And the Shu Exodius setup is making these skills lightning fast. I could have even, thinking about it, I could have even brought Stainless to help charge even faster. Oh dear. They're all stunned. Okay, yeah, I think this is the timer. We took too long to kill her, and so she's, pissed off. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, if a boss doesn't move like that, that usually means they have a instant kill ability. Alright, so, yeah, two ways I'm gonna be handling this. Either I need to bring, So, yeah, either I need to bring Stainless and have him charge Ray a little faster, or I need to bring Yado Altar with a lot more damage, for just raw damage. I'm pretty sure those crystals around her actually deal damage, though, so maybe it would actually be in my best interest to, I guess Yanqing can be exchanged.
Squad 11 of Self-Salvation Corps. Joining
I know
up
we can
with
do
Rose
this.
Island.
We just need to get Ray. Like I said, I have full faith in Ray. I just need to get her skill up a little more because I was too busy focusing on everything else when I didn't need to.
Compassion saves no one on the battlefield.
Yeah, this is a better position for her.
The battlefield. You lot stay up there if it gets risky.
Acknowledged.
I'm prepared. Do not fire up. Point where I'm cleaning up. I'm hearing movement.
Made up your mind? Art thou my worthy enemy? Or art thou not but a jester?
Picked a good place for me.
War. A word I've not heard and I'm hearing movement. Madame Chen's swordsmanship flows within this weapon. But my bow, I'm done rambling in the dark. Would any of you like to be my paint?
Oh crap, I can't have her up there yet.
Don't go too far. If you're really clear skies, I am double.
Made up your mind? The fool flaunting his gallantry reaches none.
That's as far as
Will from darkness!
drop your weapon.
For the marching, a war song.
Cut my bow, I'm hearing movement.
Has it come from moving hate sunk beneath the battlefield discourse?
Where do you wish to go?
Blast. She has nothing to attack to heal herself with. Yeah, those things around her are dealing a very high damage.
Cut my bow, I'm done right. Drop your weapon. This battlefield would do well with a splash of ink.
I'll bring will through darkness!
Yeah, this time, yeah, by being a bit more liberal with the use of Ray's skills, I'm doing this a lot better. We're in good shape. Up, looks like she's doing her end rage. I can see in the corners on the right side.
Cut my bow, I'm hearing movement.
Alright, here we are.
Has it come to this split halberd sinks in the sand? Great aspirations,
Too difficult to explain. Drop your weapon. That's as far as you go.
What are you planning? Fool! For what reason hast thou?
I shall protect you. So the mountains.
Fight for Londinium! Victory for Londinius!
Cut my bow, right at my position. Yeah, not anymore soon. Your lives are mine to protect.
Crap, her end rage is still happening.
This sort of thoughts, your arts, your lives. Now, not. Point where I'm, and that's as far as you go.
Hold the barricades!
No, one got past. Yeah, that's no good.
Fortune and misfortune are two sides of the same coin. What you have sown is not necessarily wicked, so why lose heart?
Schmack. Hello, Infected Panda. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so I need to be careful. If she manages to start her Enrage ability, her Phase 2 will continue it. Which is mildly a pain, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I should have moved Silver Ash up in front of Thorns. Alternatively, I could also bring someone like Arturia. Actually, why? Actually. As great as Reed is, maybe I should have her, Nightingale seems to be fine healing on her own, but the damage there is really a pain. I think, actually, since I've seen her, yeah, here we are, Theresa. Can pick up Soul Maelstrom, covers HP. Orbited by Eternal Dust, greatly reducing damage. Remove life points when number of Cocoon Cages reaches a certain amount. So, when a certain amount of HP is lost, creates any of the 8 starting tiles. You cannot, your units on the tile cannot attack, block, or retreat. They can be attacked, will transfer to the tile of the units that destroy them. Second form, res reduced, orbited by more eternal weave. Immune to stun, frozen, levitate, and sleep. I'm trying to figure out the mechanics of the boss here. I could also just continue to ignore the mechanics completely, however, because I don't have Arturia, but I do have Valarquin. She'll have to do.
As foretold.
Hey, I was able to completely ignore the mechanics for the Shu event boss by using Ray and Arturia, so elemental damage might just be the key to my victory.
Reap not what's sown by malice. It's not my wish to take lives.
Alright, Valarquin should be able to do quite a bit here if I'm smart. Alright, elemental damage can solve a lot of problems, so I'm gonna be relying on that. This is probably very dumb, but who cares?
Acknowledged.
Point where I threaded my position. Yeah, not anymore soon.
Made up your mind? The fool flaunted his gallantry, reaches none with his back.
Alright, so basically I just need to use Valarquin anytime she's off cooldown, and the elemental damage should eat away at these guys.
Got my bolts, and that's as far as you go. My sword is cloaked in secret. War.
Here we
A
are.
word I've not heard in a long, long time.
Picked a good place for me.
Please, we gave from the beginning to the end.
Got my bolt threaded my position. Yeah, not anymore soon.
The nice thing about his...
I am here. May the lightning tear chaos apart.
If you'll refill the mountains from summer leaves that I do. See,
Thy pleadings fall.
Yeah, the nice thing about
point where
Stainless is that his SP, when he uses skill, he gets a tool back, and also the SP is doubled, so we can absolutely get this out a lot sooner.
I am here. We gave from the beginning.
I may not have Arturia, but I do have access to elemental damage, and as we can see, that's the big carry.
got my bolt, I'm done rambling in the dark.
But we need to hurry.
I'll fight for Londinium! Victory for Londinius!
I am here. May the blizzard cleanse life and death.
Crap, her Enrage is starting up again.
Got my bolts kitted. Point where I'm hearing movement. any of you like to be my...
And thus has Autumn made reckoned her arrival.
Don't go too... The setting of the sun. May the blizzard...
Alright, as soon as the elemental damage procs again, Theros should,
Point where I'm hearing movement.
let's go. I'll wait to use Stainless' ability until we force her into her next phase. Which should be fairly soon.
Better leave it too difficult to explain.
When will the hate suffer beneath the battlefield disperse?
Alright, she should be passed into phase 2 now. Okay, there we are.
Find time rambling in the dark.
Will through darkness!
Made up your mind? Art thou mind word yet?
Do not. I plant you into the soil to grow anew.
When 'tis a choice of life and death, why shouldst thou lay down?
My power is all yours now.
A knife? My body burns at over 1,400 degrees.
Find time rambling in the dark.
Focus Theros above all else.
From the beginning to the end.
Yeah, I need someone to eat those so that it doesn't get to Valarquin.
And thus has Autumn made reckoned her arrival.
Through the composition, the thoughts will pass.
Will through darkness!
May the night
This battlefield would do well with a splash of ink. Flesh and bone bear weeds. Mounds and ruins gleam through. Point where I'm cleaning up. Point where I'm through the composition. Yeah.
Fool, for what reason hast thou come?
When 'tis a choice of life,
May the blizzard cleanse life and death.
a knife, you dare strike my shield with your spear? That's gonna end.
Here comes the end rage.
What do I answer in failure of justice? But my book that's as far as you go.
About to swing your hammers!
I wasn't sure the mountains when summer leaves that I do. May the mountains
Yeah, I'm not worried about these ads. I'm worried about Theresa because she's stunning my ops. Yeah, I can't stop them anymore.
Would you like to be my paint? Point where I'm cleaning up. I'm hearing movement.
Damn it. It's no good. Everyone's stunned. There's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm pretty sure if I borrowed Narturia, I'd win instantly because she would just be constantly proccing it. So we're gonna do precisely that. There's gotta be a better Arturia here, right? Why are they all on her S1 and not her more well-known S3? Whatever. I don't have the luxury of being picky. Maybe I should have even put Silver Ash where Shu is so that he can be able to hit there. So then again, there's a lot of enemies on the side that still need to be fought, and Shu alone can't handle those, while Shu can kind of block the enemies up front. I forget. These guys can be can these guys be blocked? I guess the cocoon area she gives must count as Originium for the purposes of those what are these called again? The pseudo-realm enemies. I guess I will... I could win with just this team, but you know what? Let's not hold back. I swear, Virtuoso is the one op I skipped that I really wish I hadn't. Even this very chapter, elemental damage has been so good for bypassing damage reduction, otherwise really stupid things.
Sound of muddy air. Tracks of animal. I'll keep a watch that way. It's not my wish to take lives. An imp suffering.
You know what to do, Arturia.
You lot stay up there if it gets risky. Feel your own self to your heart's content.
I guess I could leave him here.
Very well.
But my book, that's as far as you go. Feel your own self to your heart's content.
What are you planning? Art thou mine worthy enemy? Or art thou known for the jest?
Suffering will come to rest.
Not yet.
Point where I'm hearing movement. Liberty and sunlight all around us. Would any of you like to be my paint?
Yeah, as I
Leave the
expected.
fine brush at home. Roar. A word I've not heard in a long, long time. Ecstasy as bright as gold. I'm hearing movement. Liberty and sunlight.
For what reason hast thou come?
If your real clear skies were tuned, rain clouds would remove. Point where it connects as far as you go. Feel your own self. Your heart's content. Would any of you like to be my paint?
Please, accept my advice. Please, accept my advice.
Ecstasy as bright as gold.
I am here.
Yeah, look how much faster Theros is melting now. If anything, I should probably be saving all my skills for when she reaches phase 2.
Point where I'm
But she is taking a bit, so probably would be in my best interest to keep these going. I can also retreat Silver Ash here.
Liberty and sunlight all around us.
Please, we gaze.
The setting of the sun, the brush draws up the peaks. And that's as far as you go. Liberty and sunlight all around us.
Alright, we're gonna put Silver Ash here to help melt her phase 2, because we're absolutely gonna need that.
Point where I'm done rambling.
May the mountain.
Art thou mine worthy enemy? Or art thou known for the jest?
Feel your own self. Your heart's content.
Let's just get this done with.
This sword blocked their weapon. Clear skies for tuning. Rain cloud connects as far as you go. Liberty and sunlight all around us.
Crap, here it goes again.
Liberty, I can protect you.
You dare strike my shield with
I'm done rambling in the dark.
Please deliver my visions to the masses.
Suffering
not taking any damage? What? I've been you're making it real hard on yourself. That's the thing, I was just using Arturia to just straight up ignore it.
Got my bolts kitted.
A knife, a life. Weapons are the basis for.
I am here.
Oh, I cannot retreat them.
Oh, even a virtuous king.
Thread of my position. Yeah, not anymore soon. Ecstasy has bright as gold.
How much HP should he have? This does a fixed 12,000 damage no matter what.
Capable of sow the mountains when summer leaves are white dew. Seed the plains when equinox drop your weapon. Suffering will come to rest.
Oh, they're all teleporting.
A knife.
That's weird. I can't even teleport.
Weapons are
Increase
the
defense
basis
and
for
Lord Res.
society.
Suffering
Well, that's the thing.
will
Ray should
come
bypass all of that.
as far as you go.
Remove this, place this.
Liberty and sunlight all around.
Well, that's the thing. Elemental damage should bypass
Retreat at
all
once,
of that.
While there's still time.
Orbs orbiting around her. The thing with that is the orbs actually deal damage. So, hence why Silver Ash died even with Nightingale healing him and raising his res. Yeah, it does see here that defense is increased and res is reduced, but Ray was still dealing far more damage than any of my arts units were. I admit I'd like someone better than Ling or Dusk, but I don't have any choice but to bring them if I want to get Shu in here, and I kind of want Stainless involved. Well, I guess I could remove Ray and replace with some caster, like Ebonholes. Damage reduction shouldn't matter, because again, elemental damage bypasses that. That's why I brought Arturia. 90% damage reduction is nothing. She still takes the full damage from the entire tick damage of elemental damage. Well,
This power is
I guess
not
it's been a
mine.
while since Ebon's been here, so perhaps
However,
this is for the
God's
best.
Island has need of it, so I will employ it to its fullest.
And it's... maybe I should bring another healer, but... Then again, like I said, Dusk and Ling aren't really doing much of anything, other than they're basically just emotional support ops as in terms of overall contribution, because all they're really here for is to make Shu's Exodia talent here boosted. But I guess you're right. At the end of the day, Phase 2 is the problem I'm having, especially since I'm borrowing Arturia, who makes this a lot easier. So with that in mind, yeah, I guess Ebonholes would be a better way to go, since he's hands down my strongest caster. I'm not sure who I could even have to eat the... well, I guess I could have... Yato skill 2. Yato would die immediately from the orbs, because remember, yeah, Neon died very quickly to it, Silver Ash died quickly to it, and they died to those orbs, and Nightingale was healing them, so they also had res. I could bring, yeah, I know I could bring Yato Altar. Alright, let's see how this goes here. I need to have about 30 before I start bringing this out. Yeah, the thing is, those orbs next to her will deal a lot of damage very quickly, more than even... I guess I could bring another healer to try and fix that. If that fails, I'll bring that here. There we are. And I still say that Virtuosa is the main one I wish I had gotten when I had the chance. Now I have to wait for her to get a good rerun, and not only a good rerun, but also with someone... what am I saying? Reruns in this game don't exist. But she can share rate up with a 6-star I'd actually like, so...
Very well.
Suffering
At least the good news is Amiya's increase to damage also applies to Arturia, which means Arturia can now inflict her necrosis more easily, which is always nice.
Feel your own self to your heart's content.
She'll either raid up for Anniversary or Lap Altar. I'd have to check. I forget. Yeah, it's one of those two. I just don't remember which. I should be lazy and actually look up which it is, but... Well, as discussed, I am incredibly lazy.
Spring breeze, timely rain.
As startling as a tritone.
Liberty and sunlight all around us.
Yeah, I'll bring Yada Walter if this doesn't work, but I'm just so confused as to how elemental damage isn't melting her faster. Like I said, it bypasses all damage reduction. It's for all intents and purposes, elemental damage is true damage right now, and even in the home server, that has not changed. Nothing, absolutely nothing, has elemental resistance. Even true damage doesn't do much to her. I guess they wanted to keep you from cheesing it with Calcit or something. Not just physical or arts. Oh wow! So they finally decided to screw it and just make a counter to true damage, huh?
Stronger than as startling as a tritone.
That is incredibly cheap.
Please deliver my visions to them.
Ecstasy as bright as gold.
Very well.
Would any of you like to be my paint?
We gaze from the beginning to the end.
Made up your mind? The full
Alright, she hasn't had a reduced physical defense yet, so that should help.
Liberty and sunlight all around us.
May the lightning tear chaos apart.
Actually, maybe I should keep Virtuosa going, because Necrosis doesn't just deal damage, it also has an attack shred, which I'm pretty sure that doesn't get reduced by 90, right? Yeah, if her attack shred is not reduced by 90%, then I think we can do this. Because at the end of the day, I need to get rid of those orbs, but that means an op has to eat the orbs. And by extension, that means shred should be fine, hopefully.
Come to rest.
Crap, I beat the, crap, I hit the enrage. I played it too safe. Oh wow, they're all dying because they're going next to, they're going next to Virtuosa. That's hilarious. I'm not even doing anything to these guys. Oh no, they're not. They're dying because they're touching Theresa. They're healing her. Okay, so yeah, we have confirmation. I 100% need Ray.
This shouldn't have.
I imagine this event is specifically to show off how strong Whissadel is, because I imagine she shreds through here. Whissadel, I've seen the demonstration videos. Whissadel tears through like the Chapter 13 boss with no bombs used whatsoever. That's insane. Even Ray needs the boss to have even no, she doesn't. I guess in that case they figured, okay, she's too strong. We need something to counter even her. But I guess this also highlights a bit of a problem. If you want to counter Whissadel, it's difficult to do that without also countering everyone else. You know, instead of Velarquin, I could simply cure that stun by bringing Lumen.
Don't worry, Doctor. I'll catch up
Lumen
to you.
cures the stun, right? It should be fine. Let's see here. We've caused all to spread surroundings. Cast whenever under a certain HP is lost. Remove all life points when the number reaches a certain amount. Lee can't, so much or Lumen can. Well, that's mildly frustrating. So much for my evil plans. Still, let's bring... As we discovered, Ray is how we beat Phase 1. Phase 2, we're gonna have to do something else.
Sand Beast, we need to get going.
Actually, no, we need Yato. Yeah, S2 is fine, if I can get rid of those stupid things, but they tore apart Nian and respawn almost instantly, which is a bit of a pain. But I do think... Yeah, Ray's fine.
Here, Sand Beast, we need to get going.
Yeah, if Lee can't do it, that means... Technically speaking, the way Lee's anti-stun works is that he refreshes its effect every time he spends money for his merchant his merchant ability. So every time you pay his upkeep, it refreshes. That's every, what, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, something like that? But if he's stunned multiple times within that, it will bypass his supposed immunity, which is the big which is how bosses like this are able to not get cheesed by him.
This is the battlefield.
Virtuosa, do your thing.
Will come to rest. Madame Chen's swordsmanship flows within this weapon. Ecstasy as bright as gold.
Acknowledged.
Ecstasy as bright as gold.
Picked a good place for me.
Yeah, you'll hear from me as needed. Liberty and sunlight all around us.
Standing by.
Yato Walter really is... Oh, I get it. It's because Yato Walter technically has mixed damage. Hybrid attack and physical and arts damage. Okay, that's making a lot of sense.
Got my bolts kitted, and that's as far as you go. War, suffering, will come to rest. I wasn't the flesh and bone bear weeds, mounds and ruins bloom fields.
Standing by.
I can't even remove it.
Suffering will come to rest. Point where I can, that's as far as you go.
Made up your mind? Hostile mind worthy yet? Or art thou lost?
Suffering will come to rest.
Oh wow, she's already almost dead.
So that's a final plea is no use. Point where I'm done rambling in the dark.
Made up your mind?
Ecstasy as bright as gold.
So that's our target. Standing by. Let's just get this done with.
I'll swing your hammer.
Flesh and bone bear weeds. That's your art. Good at my position. Yeah. Not anymore scene.
Finally. Am I up?
Liberty and sunlight. Take flight.
Made up your mind? Hostile mind worthy yet? Or art thou lost with a jester?
Oh, even a virtuous king must from time to time look to the sword.
Point where I'm good at my position. Yeah. Not anymore scene.
Oh, it's no good. It's spreading too quickly.
Liberty and sunlight all around us.
So that's our target?
It's no good.
Standing by.
Got my boat thread at my position.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do. Even though I place an operator there, they're instantly stunned. And I can't even retreat them to get the slot back.
Will come to rest.
This
Which is
falls
not
on
bad.
me.
No, I'm actually not closer. In fact, that time she actually healed up completely. So no, I actually did worse that run. At the very least, I think borrowing Arturia is the right option. The problem is she'd be ideal with skill 1. She's in skill 1 for all of my, and I don't know why. For AFK? I don't know, but her S3 is what I need, but for some reason, no one on my list has her with it. Well, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't be something as simple as a skill 3 should fix everything. There's a bigger issue at play that I need to resolve. I appreciate it, but I'm not sure if we're even on there. And like I said, there's probably a bigger strategy problem at work here. I can try and bring Lumen instead. There's a lot of arts damage going out, but... At the very least, if I can if Lumen can reduce the stun even just once, it might help. Then again, it's the corrupted ground that does it, and there's not much you can do that, because any operator that frees the others, it infects them, and they become stunned instead. There's definitely something I'm missing. And it looks like I need to eat those. The problem is I only have so much room. Nightingale can only do so much on her own. Her range is not... Yeah, the AoE healer range is a bit tricky to work with, but I can't not go with her because everything in there, just about damn near everything in there, deals arts damage. Yeah, ABS 4 arts damage, ABS 6 arts damage. Physical damage from the Suturum, though. Alright, we'll replace Nightingale with, Lumen. See how it goes.
Don't worry, Doctor. I'll catch up to the others.
Yeah, Silver Ash. I think Thorns where he was is a good idea. It's just, yeah, Ling and Dusk are complete loads here, but I can't remove them or else Shu loses her Exodia setup. I guess I can replace Stainless with someone else. But do I even have someone else that would help? Ella won't do much because her debuffs are only for actual stats. Damage reduction will not be reduced. Iana is only good for her Invis reveal. Akma... No, Ak's not gonna do jack here. There's no... His crowd control and jackpots aren't gonna do much. You forgot Lumen had a skin? Yeah, every welfare gets a skin on their rerun. It's also why my Zerny has his. I don't think W is gonna do much. I'm genuinely surprised W Alter doesn't trivialize this fight. It's like I said, the Chapter 13 boss also has a 90% physical and arts damage reduction while a bomb's not active on him, but Whissadel tears through him anyways, like he's nothing. And that's crazy. Even Ray can't pierce through all that much damage reduction very easily. And I assume Silence isn't gonna do anything. Let me check real quick. Yeah, she has nothing that can be silenced, so there's no point in wasting my time. Wait 4 is pretty much entirely to make sure you can't push her off that tile, even if that'd be nice. Oops. I could play it a bit more risky and put Amiya to attack her directly. But the problem is I don't have a way a healer could easily get to her there. Then again, if I'm aim Lumen, I could aim him upward, and that would get damn near everyone. So let's give that a try. It's not ideal, but I don't have much options here, and for better or for worse. Alright, let's do it. Alright, so I need about 40 DP before I can put down Thorns, because Lumen's a bit more expensive than Nightingale. Mildly frustrating, but it's worthwhile on the whole, I think. Perfect. He's not as fast as, but as soon as he activates his skill, he'll be a much better healer than Arturia here. Yeah, that's the nice thing Lumen has over Nightingale and Shining. He has better raw healing.
Engaging. Standing by.
Alright, Lumen, activate your full healing power.
Yes, you'll hear from me as needed. Point where I'm keeping that's as far as you go.
I really do like Thorns with his module. You wouldn't think it, but stacking arts tick damage really helps, and Puzzle taught me the value of that.
A word I've not suffering will come to rest.
Picked a good place for me.
Point where I'm done rambling in the dark.
When tis a
Alright, I'm gonna... Neon, we know, can eat those AoEs, those orbs a little better, so we'll have to do that. Amiya's gonna have to eat the ones close to her, but with Lumen able to actually heal that, I think we have this... the possibility is actually really strong. But for now, we need to wait for these enemies to die, because as soon as she reaches phase 2, it's gonna be a pain in the rear.
Made up your mind? Die, please.
Flesh and bone bear weeds, minds and ruins bloom here. My sword is cloaked in sea child's shadow.
Okay, yeah, her damage reduction is significantly lower when the orb's eaten.
Your own thoughts, your arts.
I gotta wait.
Know that my position. Yeah, murdering will soon.
I'll bring you back victory.
Suffering will come.
Here we go. Oh, she has a phase 3? Oh, she has a phase 3, damn it!
Mission accomplished.
Oh, phew. For a moment I thought, oh, damn it, don't tell me she's the one boss that has a phase 3, because that would have been horrible. Okay, honestly, I don't think I even needed Yato Alter. I could have done that with purely... Yeah, you were right. As soon as I just had someone to eat the orbs, and more importantly, someone to heal them, keep up with the healing. And as great as, yeah, as genuinely great as Nightingale is, Lumen out-heals her. The roaring golden ocean smashes against Rhodion. The Sovereign's will sinks into the sea of infinity, then rise up again, the only ship across the waves. Will ballot battle. Will the echoes of the kings never cease while the voices of the myriad remains? No, it's just the roar of the myriad souls causing this. That tower, it is trembling. The tremors of the roots have stirred the tides. You've encountered them. I could not see the end of this tower that stretches beyond the heavens, even if I etched incantations into my eyes. Yeah, I barely ever use healers, so I just use fast redeploys. I try to always bring some healing utility here just for safety. Yeah, I don't have the Abyssal Hunter team, so... Well, nor do I have Scotty Alter, and, well, since Scotty Alter is such an old limited now, it's increasingly harder and harder to get her. Like, she's on this banner right now, but to get her would mean giving up the ability to go with Neural Alter, or a Spectre Alter, or just Texas Alter. There's just way too many A-listers to choose between, so unless you plan to whale and Spark for all of them, it's increasingly hard to justify some of the older ones with how absurd the new ones are. That's why I think the welfare here, I'm planning to just use the welfare here for myself. My best bard was Sora and Heidi before now, which probably says more than I ever could. To be fair, they have done their job, and Heidi herself is the only bard who does not require a skill active to grant inspiration, or block manipulation's niche, but that's only something I bring in every CC or whatever, so it's hard to really recommend her just for that. Yes, I have seen the bard modules. Holy crap, did they crap on Heidi for some reason. And it's not just because she's free, because the other one, free one, got a really good module. I have no idea what they're... I swear, HG's decisions are beyond our understanding sometimes. Originium has obstructed my sight. Is this your way of telling me this is not my battle to intervene? The waves answer the banshee's call, the sovereigns beckon. I will not yield. I have promised with my song to they who have gone beyond the other side of the tower. Even shall Rhodes Island be our terra firma. Never will it sink beneath the waves. The young Sarkaz raises bone pen and steps towards the void, writing incantations upon the waves. The waves attempt to break free of the shackles, but the banshee is silent. He peers the sky, listening to the sound of the tower trembling. He knows the king and the king are clashing, beyond where his eyes could see. I guess in a way it's fitting that my Amiya was the one who dealt the final blow to... the boss? Well, her and Arturi and all the others, but yeah. Plus, I forgot... one of the reasons I added M3 on Amiya's S1 as a guard in general is because it gives her a reasonably strong dodge for arts. And indeed, those orbs are arts. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they specifically intended for you to do what I did and have Amiya fight Theresa while tanking those orbs. This is not your war, Amiya. It's not my... This is your war, Amiya. It's not my place to intervene. I can only pray for your safe return. I can calm the angry roar of the myriad souls, but the only true answer lies in cutting off the source of our suffering. What is the suffering to Sarkaz? Is the brief respite by the only candle, the dark mines after a long day of working ice and snow? Is it the murder of the children of Sarkaz and Liberia who love each other, committed by fanatics of the frontiers solely out of fear of their appearances? Or Polish our horns day after day, spending our whole life living in fear, wearing the Caprine disguise? The Sarkaz may encounter countless forms of injustice and suffering in their lifetime. It's just become the norm the entirety of their lives, such as when they are asked what suffering is, they could not answer. Atop the tower, the pure white figure gazes down at you, the King of Sarkaz. You spent so much time with the Codice girl that you've forgotten the implication of the title. Theresa was not King of Sarkaz simply because of the crown. What kind of strength, wisdom, and cunning does it take to convince all Sarkaz to willingly, gladly call her a king? Massive energies rise in the tower, forming white threads of silk that stretch on without end, permitting no resistance. I've never seen art of this kind, and none of the stories about Theresa ever told about something like this. Before she was the king, Theresa was the caster of which the likes is only seen once in 1,000 years. We're on her home ground. She has home field advantage here. This is not witchcraft nor any power of the Sarkaz that I know of. She's reconstructing and utilizing information inherent within Originium. Observe and understand what she's doing, Doctor. Help Amiya and W resist her attacks. Right, she's doing what the Najir King was before. The Najir King was adjusting the battlefield to give his team hold field advantage, and Theris is doing the same. The difference here is the Doctor also has the ability to manipulate the Originium to a degree, so his best bet is to reverse it to the best of his ability. The suffocating presence, the feeling of impending death, she truly wants to. There's no way the real Theris would never. The real? She can't help but mock that ridiculous notion. She casts her eyes on another yet impassive Theresa. Sarcasm expletive. Dang, W really does have quite the mouth on her. The only one thing to do. Damn it, the strange limit she set must have made my bombs useless. We're done for if this thing keeps falling. Do something, Hag. Ordinary measures are of no use here, not even Originium arts. That doesn't mean that she can't be defeated. You mean the bunny? She looks towards Amiya, still resisting the overwhelming marts. A black crown sits above her head. The power of the king can break through the limits of Originium. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. More specifically, it's the Civilite Eternia that the black crown of the Sarkaz king that grants his power. Right, I guess I gotta trust you and the bunny. W realizes she started believing in Amiya a long time ago, as she did in the burning tower at Chernabog when the bunny delivered the box with the key into her hands. She believed that was where the city would stop. W looks at the girl. She almost sees Theresa. Theresa chose Amiya. The one Theresa chose would not disappoint Theresa or W. Alrighty. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Panda. Hope you had a good time. That was an intense fight, that's for sure. And we might even get another, who knows. If you're all bound up in the Mirrored Souls, I'll blow the Mirrored Souls to pieces. She begins to move. She never hesitates or doubts herself. The only thing she feels is excitement. The moment she came up with the brilliant idea of blowing those Mirrored Souls to pieces, as she goes wherever she goes into battle. Bunny, I know you can hear me. What? Yeah, we still have a 1423 to do, and that could be another boss fight. But if so, well, it could be scripted too. But yeah, at the very least. I've risen to each and every one of these challenges. Don't turn around, focus, use your magic rings to link me directly to the Sarkaz expletive Mirrored Souls. What? You can do that, right? I know the Confessori did something similar to bind the Mirrored Souls to Her Highness. Let me hear what the old garbage told her. Then I'll blow them to pieces. Then I'll find a chance to talk to them. Well, I guess I'll try. Just be careful. Enough talking. I'm ready. W's voice is innumerable, but not it's not as she imagined. She thought she'd hear angry roars like the Revenants, but the voices are calmer than she expected. They quietly tell of countless lives and deaths, the sigh of relief when drifting farmers finally find land to settle on, the pleas of the infected thrown alive into the furnaces, the futile howl of soldiers forced to watch the city conquered, the helpless cries of hungry children lie weakly in their beds, the many different upbringing circumstances all bestowed a tragic fate just because they were Sarkaz. Their joy, anger, and emotions are amplified by a span of 9,000 years. If this is what Theresa was truly listening to, why? What was it the myriad souls that will the Twin Kings came to be again? Was it their will that sent the Sarkaz this war? The Sarkaz engrave their sorrows, the myriad souls, and the will of the myriad souls lead those who come after a similar path. This is a tragic cycle. Hate ignites hate, sorrow reflects sorrow. Is that all? W feels like she's being swept along the rapid current. Her life is also amongst the voices of myriad souls. The reunion flag. I will detonate things and defend things. I'll destroy things and direct things. They're living, breathing people, W. I don't need you to tell me Inez, Hodor, taught me the difference between people and things. Yes, W's seen all that the myriad souls speak of. No one knows the life of the Sarkaz better than she does. She's seen plenty, from the scar market of Kazdel, the ships of Babel, from the ruins of Chernabog to the battlefield of Londinium. She has never contemplated the meaning within, for what she must do is far from complicated. Need shelter against wind and rain, light a fire, build a tent. Enemies in the way, shell them, bomb them, whatever it takes. It was never the murmur of the myriad souls that kept her going, but the tiny speck of light ahead. W keeps searching and finally finds the voice she wanted the most. All of you deserve to live. Yes, you too. I remember you, mercenary. They gave you the codename W, didn't they? Your Highness will meet again. Whether you're the real one or not, I don't exactly have a choice, do I? Now I remember why you captivated me. The King of Sarkaz, yet unlike the Sarkaz, you showed me the Sarkaz need not be miserable. So let's forget the myriad souls for a while. W. No need to shout, Bunny. I know you're there. You're peeking into my memory, weren't you? If Inez is still around, she would have... no time to think about that. Maybe I can't barge into a fight between Kings of Sarkaz, but I can break Her Highness free of the interference of the myriad souls. W can feel her connection with the myriad souls with the help of Amiya's arts. Emotions converge before her, emotions that belong to her. Joy. Regret. Anger. Relief. The black crown magnifies her emotions. She recalls her past, savoring her experiences. Coming to face with my entire life is interesting. Is extracting myself from the mirrored souls really the only way to get it to quiet down? The emotions take shape, and she grabs a colorful object in her hand. It's her emotions, the experiences of her entire life. Intangible threads that stretch from the self to the chaos, the mirrored souls. Is this what you deal with all the time, little bunny? What you see is probably much better than this. Her Highness, she looked at me like this once, didn't she? Thanks, Amiya. W points her gun at the mirrored souls. Watch it, bunny. Watch how my presence gonna surprise her Highness. The towers stop trembling. You attack the mirrored souls directly. No one has ever managed to interrupt their voices. I'm surprised at what you've achieved, Amiya, W. But why? Why does Theresa look unaffected? Your Highness. W, come back. What are you trying to do? There's something I have to know. Maybe Your Highness will listen. She stops. Theresa sees her, and she sees Theresa's expression. Maybe. I see what you're thinking, W. You believe the will of the mirrored souls has warped my judgment. Yeah, pretty much. Not that I sympathize with the Victorians. I just think your original goal was to help Theresis to make an origin that turns all Terra on its head. Maybe we could just pause this thing for a moment. Let's get out of whatever this place is. Talk about it. The W I remember wasn't one to offer truces like this. You're afraid. Shouldn't I be? I pick my fights too, you know. No, you're afraid the beacon you followed for so long is nothing more than illusion. You're afraid that you might be forced to break the facade, but you must face it. What? There is no wind in this place, but static air begins to flow. Clouds gather and disperse. The white flowers brought bloom by the land. Theresa stands in the middle of the flowers, and the symbols begin to appear at her feet. A rhombus again. You recognize this, Doctor? Her voice is confident. It's as though here and now, or perhaps in the distant past, your emotions and memories have been tightly linked. You're familiar with the symbol, but why a rhombus? It exists everywhere in this universe, within the Originium. Most of the time, it hangs in the heavens, seemingly a harmless source of light. W and the others would not think too much of this unusual star in the sky, but you know that's not right. If heaven and earth could be reversed, how could the star be a planar figure? I share with you now the universe in my eyes, Doctor. If destruction is the boundary that no life may cross, and all exploration and evolution must reach an end, then this is our only future. The rhombus is the symbol of Originium itself. Whatever you just recalled, Doctor, don't go any further. This is dangerous, very dangerous. Don't look at the rhombuses. Don't let them notice you. Oh, don't worry, Doctor. This tower is safe for now. Theresa, you took the most dangerous step after all. I still remember the knowledge you and the Doctor shared with me. Calcit, has the garden near Casdell turned back into wasteland? I went back to check it once. Many storms passed through. Active Originiums reshaped the landscape, and the entrances were covered in Originium clusters. It was impossible to tell if our experiment site had been destroyed or not. It's fine. Just some beautiful but impossible dreams. Let them fade away in a storm. Our goal can only be achieved here, the inside of Originium. You described to me how to reverse the assimilated universe, to utilize, even alter, information inherent within Originium. Though the shard and cradle that hangs in the heavens, I finally set foot in the land where the truth lies. The golden ocean sits tranquil above our heads. All information is with us, free from restrictions of space and time. I did it, finally. The Sarkaz retrieved the first Originium from deep with the land 10,000 years ago. It has returned the Sarkaz at long last. In time, Casdell will truly become a garden, free of the torment of catastrophe and Oriapathy. Will you still oppose me, despite all that? I remember the dream Theresa once described to me. A safe and equal home where Originium is fully in control, where there's no Oriapathy or catastrophe, no schism between infected and uninfected. But soldiers still dying on the battlefield, innocent people are still being driven from their homes by war. Does this home still have a room for people other than Sarkaz in this plan of yours? I'm sorry. Then Originium will not be the hope for the eternal existence you once dreamed of. It will only become a weapon for the Sarkaz to bring even more destruction. That was not Theris's dream. You're right, Amiya. Then we must become enemies. That's why you must keep going. Are those both the same, Theresa? The erstwhile King of Sarkaz, builder of Casdell, and supreme leader of Babel, stands before you. Overcome me and vanquish me. I shall fulfill... maybe my theory that the echo of Theresa that's still in the Myriad Souls and not in this one is true. If so, then she truly has been fragmented. If so, that would explain how it was a lot easier for Theresis to talk her into things. But maybe that's just wishful thinking. It could also be that she simply changed after being killed. I suppose dying would get one to rethink their allegiances. But at the same time, she was the one who wiped the doctor's memories. That would almost imply that she was hoping something like this would happen. I shall fulfill the King of Sarkaz's duties to the bitter end. I fight for the sake of the Sarkaz I have for centuries. All who stand before me are enemy of the Sarkaz. All those dreams and promises I could not fulfill, you can. No, this is not your will. I heard it. Look out! Black Tide crashes against Black Tide. King clashes with King. Amiya's black arts reduced to nothing the moment they touch Theresa. Black threads pulled away from around Amiya, reconverging in Theris's palm. Countless white threads rush out. They tightly surround, like a soft dress or a blossom whose blossoming process has been reversed. Funny! Theris's silhouette fades in the smoke of the explosion. Where she had stood, the outline of a thorn-shaped crown becomes increasingly distinct. It didn't work? Is that the power of the King of Sarkaz too? This is the power of Originium. She did it. Theresa is emulating the Black Crown with Originium. This is far beyond the power of the King of Sarkaz that I'm able to wield. Doctor, Calcit behind me. I'll protect you. Theresa. Oh, Theresa, she promised to take me outside to pick flowers. Where is she? In a meeting with the doctor? Visiting Calcit? Theris is busy. I shouldn't disturb her. I'll go to the cafeteria and get lunch for her. The sun shines brightly on the spotless deck. The wind is warm, mixed with the smell of wilderness and flowers. Amiya. Hi, this is the rabbit girl who turns around and sees her one-time self running happily on the deck. This is the Civilite Eternia system. This is your memory. I can see it. I hear the whispers of my heart, know everything I'm thinking about, and vice versa. You remember it all. You were always the same Theresa all along. It's been a while, Amiya. I'm happy to see you all grown up. I'm happy to see you again. Give me a bit of time. I want to take a good look at you. I've always wanted to know how things have been for you all these years. I can see them, all the fighting and the loss you've experienced, the journey. I can see it all. All I want is a little more time. What is it you're looking at? She cast her gaze toward the distance, but there's nothing on the deck. You have such a happy time. I thought you were an unfortunate child who needed to be cared for closely, but it was you who brought much comfort to Rhodes Island. It took me a long time to realize meeting you was the luckiest thing in my life. But why me? Let's go for a walk, shall we? Where are you going? Oh, this is my home, Casdale. I've always wanted to take you here. You told me many stories of what happened here, but Babel never made it back to Casdale. There was no need for questions. Amiya feels Theris's every choice and struggle. I understand that war now. You had no choice. We had already made the choice when we say there's no choice. I have chosen the path that was better for Sarkaz. The race has been through too much hardship. Every step it takes is heavy and labored. If the Sarkaz needed someone to show a new path, she would take up the banner first. If the price of unity was the death of their king, she would be the one to step up. The protector is also, inevitably, also the persecutor, Amiya. As we gain, so too do we take away. Theris, so I know, always chose the path of peace. That's what Babel and Rhodes Islands are for, isn't it? Babel exists all because of you. The watchman who carries the burden of civilization, the sage who holds the key, and the genius mercenary gains free will, and the innocent child, compassion of all life. Logos, Mantra, Scout Ace, countless souls that shine so bright. You have overcome the barriers of race, upbringing, and disease. You share a sincere friendship and unwavering dream. Through the tribulations of war and obstacle of reality, you continue to stand together and stand by me. That's how Babel was founded. It was never I who made you members of Babel. It was you who made a clothes maker who picked up a crown, one of countless kings of Sarkaz, Theresa of Babel. You achieved what I could not. Thank you, Theresa. You'll hear me tell one more story, Amiya? Not an epic tale of warriors protecting their home, nor a legend of the King of Sarkaz's reign. Just a story of an ordinary Sarkaz girl who lived a little longer than the ordinary person. Born in Casdell, she saw the few families and friends she had suffering constant cold hunger, trembling in fear of darkness every night, waiting for the sun to rise again. She wanted the people around her to live in happiness, to have a safe home. She would do anything for this. She remained as ever true to this wish. Then why must we fight you? Not everything has a beautiful ending, Amiya. I left once. This time, we have a chance to say goodbye. You saw the myriad souls, Amiya. They struggle against fate all their lives. They don't want to be used and imprisoned, even unto death. The same is true for me. You must defeat me, Amiya. Only then can you carry on my unfulfilled dream. Only then can you release me. Fate should not exist, Amiya. You have remained the good girl I saw since the day met, no matter how much you went through. Perhaps you would not bear so much pain if it weren't so brave, so gentle. Isn't this that day? You held me in your arms, told me stories until... Theresa, can you stop? I have stopped, Amiya. I'm not reading your memories. So this is my own power. We're inside your memories. Yes, Amiya. I'm sorry I couldn't help myself. It's not you who should say sorry. Becoming King of Sarkaz means carrying the burdens of emotions of many, but the emotions that belong to ourselves are there as well. I've lost much in my life, Amia, but I have no regrets. The only regret I have is you. From past to present, I never wanted to leave you. I'm happy about your growth, but I should have been there for you. I should have been there to teach you how to use the powers of the King of Sarkaz. Now, though, is your chance to prove it, the erstwhile king. Heaps. Heat saps at reason, flame scorching the soul. A sword forms in the flame, taking the shape at Theros' hand. Wrath. That's my sword! You will hear the seething anger of the Sarkaz sovereign when you hold the sword in your hand. You've grabbed the sword from the wrath of the past that once declared war upon injustice. The sword of the King of Sarkaz shall report towards the enemy. The sword of the King of Sarkaz shall ever slay the enemy of Sarkaz. We've come this far, yet prejudice lives and hostility threatens to smother us. The kings of the Sarkaz of the past have failed. The Theros of the past has failed. Amia sees it. Theresa wandering in the darkness, seeking an answer. Standing in the halls of the airship, gazing at the battle below. Waking up alone from death, no friend or comrade around her. Theresa pointing a sword at a child. Such sorrow. Amia could barely move under such overwhelming sorrow. Now you hold a sword as well. Amia feels a weight in her hand. The sword, which has slain an evil god, has returned to her hand. Formless flame warms her palm. You, how? Black ties ripple from Theresa, turning into threads that lead Amia's hand. The sword points at Theresa. This is my final gift to you, Amia. Feel my power, emotions, and will. Make them part of you. They will be by your side in my place. The sword in Amia's hand trembles, but not out of fear of excitement. She can feel Theresa's will fill it. I've always remembered Theresa. I've remembered every story you told me and the words you whispered in my ear. I've never had a chance to tell you. I'm so glad to have met you. And the sword pierces Amia's own chest. Amia holds Theros' hand tightly, pushing the sword further in. It's not that there's no pain. It's that all the pain's been wrapped in a layer of warmth. Tears begin to fall on Theros' face, falling down Amia's eye, on Tommy's eyes. The black sword shatters. A warm and gentle power surrounds Amia's fingertips. It is sorrow and the purest love. I will inherit the legacy of Civilite Eternia. I'll become the King of Sarkaz. Yeah, it seems like this chapter is entirely device is a Keaton and the blue. Not many operators ask for this blue item, the compound cutting fluid. Yeah, not many operators use it, so I'm not too worried about my supply. I've got a supply that nobody wants anyways, so. Operation, here we are. Ah, so it is scripted. But there's probably going to be another fight after this, because remember, this one says 1423, and this is only 22. Alright, let me grab a sip of my drink, and I'll dive right in. Ah, big sippies, big gulp. Like I said, I never bring anything less than a water bottle for a VN. We have to have Caster Amia then, I see. I've debated maxing out Amia's level, especially since she has so many things going for her. Ah. When sorrow blooms.
Crash the mission briefing. I know what you want.
You've proven yourself to me, Amia. You may carry that brand new power in you, but no way does it mean you can hold the strength to surpass me. I won't look back until I see the view that awaits me at the end of this path. This conviction. Oh, she has both a black and white crown now, as well as a white staff. Black and white staff. This conviction of mine I inherited from you. Interesting, she's no longer classified as a boss enemy. Thanks for that, bunny. Now, let's do what we gotta do. Theresa, I will not stop here. Well, with all of our orbs gone, this should be a little easier. At least Ami, I can walk through the areas. Oh darn, more orbs. Ami, your health's getting a little low there. My power, my emotions, my determination. I won't give up, Theresa. What a truly warm flame, Amiya.
Mission accomplished.
Dying infected. A cough. You're here again, Amiya. Look, miss, I drew you something. Ah, I can hear you drawing something on the quarantine wall, cabin walls, Amiya. But I can't see anymore. I've been blind since yesterday. Oh, I know. Come in. No, don't. I might just... It's alright. I'm infected too, remember? Babel's doctors are close, so I'm sure they'll take good care of us. Miss, give me your hand. I'll draw it out for you. The tiny bunny, tiny rabbit gently takes the hand of the infected patient lying on the sick bed into her own. Black crystals cover her entire body, enchanting originite sheen circulating inside the crystals. Ami knows what this means. She's seen it before. Her finger earnestly traces a shape in the patient's palm. You said the name you got from your parents is a flower you've never seen. I went to the doctor about it, and they brought me the real thing. Can you feel it? I'm drawing in the palm with my finger. Your name is so pretty. Was my drawing messy? I could try again. Little bunny, don't you scare me? Huh? Why would I be scared of you? Yeah, oh, I think she's supposed to say, aren't you scared of me? We've only recently run out of babble, but I'm fond of you, Amiya. We're friends, right? Can you help a friend out? Help me ring a doctor with a bell. I'd like them to bring me a note to touch those flowers. I want to go with you as well. No can do. You're sick as well. Be good and stay here. Oh, I'll wait for you to come back. The infected patient says nothing, only rubs Amiya's head. Amiya sees the patient trying her best to bear the pain, the shiny originium crystals on her arm. Amiya, you just followed the doctor to babble then. I still remember you sat at the door of the quarantine cabin for a long time, persistently refusing to move. The doctor found you in silence, sat down to join you. You only started crying when the doctor hugged you. I too wanted to hold you in my arms, but I couldn't bear to disturb you both. Amiya, you're a bright child. You knew the infected would never return. She didn't want you to see her leave. It'd be too cruel for a child to witness, but she didn't know just how strong you are. I've seen many things through your gentle eyes. You want to help them. No matter the race or infection status, you want them as lively, lovely people. As from the moment I begin to harbor a selfish idea, perhaps you could bear this crown in the future. Perhaps you can go further than I have. I was in no hurry to hand over the responsibility this heavy to you. I thought I had the luxury of time to be by your side as you grew up. I'm sorry, Amiya. I broke my promise. The arts that trapped us in here is gone. Theris's aura is fading away. Doctor, Calcit, is it over? Is it all over? But what about Anonym? I'm sorry, Doctor, I didn't find any leads to the primordial originium from Theresa. We were one step too late. The first originium's already been sent away. So you've noticed, Doctor. Can you still see the top of the spire now? Dr. Calcit, aren't we standing on? Those huge white pillars are still extending downwards. I can no longer see where they end. I'm afraid the dust isn't going to settle so easily. Where's W? Oh, well, I guess that answers that question. Those threads are such an eyesore. Wait, there she is. Bunny, help me out. Everyone's saying she's gone, but I have to see it for myself. Pink-white threads fork out like branches, attaching and growing on the white pillars. They land on the red roots, twisting, eventually covering the Tower of Infinity completely. Ami, I'm not going to regret like I did back then. At the very least, I hope this time. I know. Same goes for us. Amiya walks to the silk-wrapped roots, gently touching the soft matter. Sparks of flame drop from the hem of her skirt, leaving clusters of fire in her path. The flames under her do not extinguish easily, but spread to the threads. They continue to climb, replacing the fractured white threads as they wrap around the only tower standing between land and sky. Threads flutter and fall to the floor. They quickly cover the roots, like a garden in bloom by the wind, the flames burning within. Theresa sits among the flower-like flames, leaning on the roots as she looks at the golden ocean in the sky. Yeah, coming to a calm. Amiya, you're much stronger than I imagined. How warm these flames are. Flames that burn away all decay. You've truly done it. Well, since you're done, that's done, come over here, closer. There, so we... Shh, I know what you're thinking, that little mind of yours. Look at the ocean. The waves we made are calming down. Soon we'll leave. Amiya, some wishes shouldn't be voiced out loud because they'll only leave more sorrow. No, Theris, I don't want to leave more regrets. I wish we all wish you could stay. Even if I let you all down again. Isn't it more important to have people I care about know how I feel? That's what the doctor told me. You've truly grown up, Amiya. I'll always be with you, Amiya, as I promised. Originium no longer contains the slightest bit of my own information. But I'm sure you won't abandon the ideas I once hoped for. Is there no other way to let you stay? Save me and end the war? There's no one in this land that will manage to realize every single wish. That includes even the Creator. Amiya, do not lament over the dead. Exercise more concern for the living, especially those who scoff at the notion of hope. For now, before we leave, let's quietly... Your Highness, I'm sorry. I couldn't keep it anymore. W, is that a hug? Your Highness, your eyes. I can't see clearly. The information flow holding this body together is fading away, but I still have my sense of touch, and I can tell you're not crying. That's good. Theresa reaches out and returns the embrace, gently patting W's shoulder. Your Highness, you don't... Why would I? I suppose worrying about that isn't anything strange coming for you. You haven't changed one bit, W. I still remember our time back at Babel. You were hiding in a corner with your camera in hand, hesitating to come forward. You saw me? Of course. Actually, I was waiting for you to come over for a photo, but you never did manage to muster the courage. Your Highness, you saw and even remember that? Even taking a cheeky picture? Not just that, I didn't think the reckless mercenary from back then would grow into the woman before me today. The truth of how the Chernobog and Lungman conflict were actually settled, the mercenary group giving Manfred headaches for the past few years, and of course your appearance in this place that shouldn't have appeared at all. You can achieve so much more than you imagine, W. You should have realized by now I'm not so divine as you believe, and you're not so insignificant. I don't care for consoling me or deceiving me, I'm taking it to heart. Your Highness, you were always so gentle. When we first arrived in this damn place and I saw you, I was so afraid. I want to make up for my missed photo opportunity. Camera, where'd it break? Damn. I'm afraid it wouldn't work here even if it wasn't broken. W, I don't want you to have any regrets. I am the same. I don't want to leave you thinking I break my promises. What? I still owe you a name, remember? W belongs to a departed Sarkaz, and a cycle that should have ended. As I said, you deserve a more fitting name, a proper name for a Sarkaz woman like yourself. Well, I did want to wait until the dust settled in Kazdel, but I'm afraid I won't get to see that day come. Wait, Your Highness, I don't get... Give me some time. Wait, no, I should be writing this down. Screw it, I can't. I'm ready. Wissadel. Will that be hard to remember? How could it be? Wissa and Del, right? Del means home, but Wissa, it means wish. To wish for a home. Yes, Kazdel Destiny. Could you witness it in my stead? But Theresis... Kazdel's future is in her hands. Not mine, nor Theris's. You'll understand when the day comes. Oh, look, even her nameplate changed to say Wissadel instead of W. I really do like how they put... This game does genuinely put effort into, the nameplates like that. Sometimes it's even kind of cheeky. Like in the Ideal City. Alright, Wissadel. It's engraved in my brain forever. I'll never forget it. I like it. It sounds so much better than the names Hoderer threw at me from his dictionary. Calcit Amiya. You in the hood. Hear that? Call me Wissadel from now on, and you better not get it wrong. Also, I just decided to head down the military commission later and bomb my name out with explosives. That way no one will forget it. Or maybe the roof's better. I want the flames to spread so far I can see it from Londinium. Wissadel. I know what you want to say. I'm not crying. I'm shaking because... I'm honestly surprised they can get the accents and stuff right. I'm pretty sure I'm getting it wrong. Why is everyone all quiet now? I can't find the words to say. Go on, Amiya. Before she vanishes completely, she'll be happy with you by her side, even if she'll never admit it. Doctor, we may be standing against Theresa now, but I have to admit, she's achieved something beyond the limits of my imagination. I believe you are, as you are right now, should already have some conjectures in mind, even if you're missing your past memories. It has something to do with that mysterious person. Theresa, our mission is far from being over, yes? Have you already been handed the first Originium to him? Theresa, this is a difficult problem you're leaving with us. Theresa, this difficult problem you're leaving us with is truly calcit. Things don't always go the way we want. All we have done is do what we should have, nothing more. Doctor, your appearance before me right now is proof I've won our earlier bet. You still hide many secrets, it seems. Ha! Allow me to instill a little more suspense. You're still not ready, even now, even if you've surpassed me. See the oceans billowing? We don't have much time left. I always knew our reunion would only meant another parting. My dear Calcit, since we're all clear about our respective endings, why should we go through the sorrow again? Can you come closer? Theresa stretches out her hand and touches the ends of Calcit's hair. Ah, there you are. I hope my staunch and strong Calcit isn't shedding any tears this time either. You're always like this. I'm a very fortunate soul, Calcit. Every time I leave, I do so with my dearest friend by my side. Thank you. Thera says she's disappearing. She's what? Bunny, what kind of nonsense? Isn't her right near? I'm even hugging. Wistadel, haven't you achieved what you wanted to do? You defeated me and finally killed me. It's time to let go. I'll leave without a trace and no longer exist anywhere you can see. Theresa, do you mean the Originium will no longer bear traces of you? Yes, I won't allow Originium to become our cage. All that I've strived for is to free the Sarkaz completely. The Sarkaz should be free in both life and death. Destroy something, create a ladder, even if what I end up is destroying is myself. You're so different from the Theros I had in mind. Doctor, this is our first meeting, isn't it? What bits you've heard of me? What kind of Theros do you have in your mind? Founder of Babel, a faultless idealist, or a cold, calculated king of Sarkaz, a schemer who investigates war? Neither, really. Both are roles the others need you to play. Is that so? A farming community? I didn't think we'd get the chance to say our farewells so peacefully. I've never been here before. A friend bid farewell to me here, a long time ago. I witnessed my friend's death, and from there I began walking towards my own. I like this place, but it's also somewhere I cannot reach or visit, ever. It only perpetually exists in the memories of the void, unreachable throughout my whole life. Doctor, what kind of person do I seem to you right now? I don't know. I can sense you're lying, but if you're still going to give a perfunctory reply at such a moment, my disappointment will only grow. Of course, a little loss isn't surprising at all. I really do want to know your answer, Doctor. Don't give up finding the answer. If you're still following Rhode Island's ideals, just following Rhode Island's ideals as you go, I worry that if you're ready to handle whatever it is you encounter in the future, just keep going, like how I hoped you in the past. To be honest, I can't give you a proper evaluation. You're still a mystery to me. You're cautious, still hostile and wary to me like you were back then. Of course, we stand now on opposing sides like we did before. But no matter, you merely haven't had enough time to figure out each and every single enigma there is. A pity we will always have our chats. We always have our chats when the clock is ticking down so fast. I've heard so many stories about you. You've done so much and yet you have many regrets. My mission's over. Many years ago, you and Calcit pushed a door open for me to a wilder world, but I was already sovereign of the Sarkaz. I bear their suffering and their fate. My ideals and vision may transcend that sky of nothingness, but the weight of reality still pulled me back down to earth. I was already convinced back then that the person who would change Sarkaz or the future of Terra was absolutely not me. It's never been me. A close friend who I trusted the most already predicted this end. And that person is me, I guess? My past self, rather. Doctor, give me your hand. Yes, I had the fortune to meet your truest self. The person was wise and gentle, though bearing with the heaviest of duty and wearing the strongest of shackles. That one never gave up hope ever. I'm gratified. You stand alongside Count Namia now, and so I believe I made the right choice back then. The choices we made on our own have also determined the path where we are now. Our original meeting in haste was just like this parting between two strangers, was it not? I can't sense any resentment from you. Resentment? Why, to this day I feel only regret and longing from when I touched the depths of your soul and unimaginable truth. Yes, it's because I touched the depths of your heart I hold so much regret. We lost chance to walk the same path. Perhaps that person was so fascinating due to internal conflict no one else can resonate with. What kind of person was I? Speculations, questions. I just can't piece together or fully what I was. Haven't you noticed? You don't doubt your decisions now. All this contradictory information is making me confused and anxious. What shapes your true self? Everything you've experienced or your already concealed past? Look at where we are, Doctor. Those with the silent memories and the truth of everything, are they not by your side? Originium. Past, present, future, time is no longer defined by the rules we find so familiar at the end of Originium. You no longer remember, but you told me once that Originium brought in a new world about suffering in this land, along with countless possibilities created by hundreds of millions of sacrifices in the era you came from. When you created Originium, what expectations did you harbor towards it in this land? Look at everything recorded in this golden ocean. Do they line up with your expectations? Oh, all these are screenshots from previous chapters. I get it now. So it's like in a... It's not a specific movie, it's just there's a lot of them where occasionally a character finds themselves between timelines and they see visions like this. You see it. Ursus' Inferno, Kierig's Wind and Snow, Ibera's Tides, a torrent of information rushes past you, in nuance of civilizations from time and space since time immemorial. You suddenly realize... All these questions I have, the past I forgot, can be answered in this field of Originium. No, you retract your hands. It is all that I've gone through that shapes what I am today, and not my concealed past. You always have a pleasant surprise in store. Doctor, we managed to meet once more where I lie deep in a sea of information after our parting. It is my past, but your future, that you might still be on a path to find yourself. You still want to prove to me that you're just as I've always been. I wish I could see if you find your answers with my own eyes, but I'm sorry, I cannot go any further. Doctor, I have to go, and so do you all. If you have no intention of being trapped in this infinite nothingness for eternity, that is. Goodbye, Doctor, my dearest friend, whom I've never met. So that's why Theresa went through all of this. She was hoping we'd win, but in doing so, we can stop the sarcasm, and she can also prevent the myriad souls from being the artificial life stream caused by the Originium. I get it now. It's not satisfying, but I do get it. There was no response. The white figure atop the towers vanished. Nothing remains. Theresa, she's gone. Oh, Doctor, what did you see? Theresa told me what kind of person I am. I found where Anonym is. We'll leave this place. The waves of information have subsided. Hear voices of the myriad souls departing, Banshee. The tower is at peace, Your Highness. The waves flowing backwards into a hall we cannot comprehend. The flames that could burn even these roots have no way to light up the infinite night. Where will we all go from here? An eternal void, a true death. We will no longer stay on the other side, Aphaniel. Logos, you should get more used to being called by this name. You've made your choice, the choice of a Rhodes Island elite operator. Logos stands on a vast ocean of information, his own figure leaving its mark on the vast ocean. The slender figure on the other side stands in silence. Ripples cause her silhouette to waver, no longer clear. When I heard you sound the knell for yourself by the river, I was already waiting for an old friend to appear on this side. A pity Laquarmaline is still unwilling to involve herself in the war. Mother, she did indeed rescue me from death. What an ingenious method, but one befitting her former character. She's always also made her choice as you have. I saw you confronting the myriad souls, no less impressive than the time your mother and I stood side by side in battle. I have no way of seeing her again, so say farewell to her for me, Logos. Your Highness, your figure's fading. Departure is also a form of resistance. This is what we've chosen for ourselves. Originium shall not cage us for eternity. I see. I don't understand. Where'd the cage come from? What do you seek from her? There's no need to comprehend it, Logos. You need only know the trapped myriad souls are now dissipating into freedom from a complicated flow of information impossible to parse. No longer readable or recordable. A true death. All kings and heroes no longer respond to my words, and no longer will anyone be on the other side. Oh, wow. I guess Avatar reference before, although I guess this one would technically be from Legend of Korra. I don't really like Legend of Korra, but can't deny some parts were surprisingly heavy. Your Highness, will the myriad souls still exist after today? No. Will there be any ferrymen with an array of torches lighting up the other side? No more. Then where will our kin go when they leave us? I don't know. I'm afraid it's too late for me to find that answer. I've walked to the end. The truth of civilization lies before me in the fog. There is no way for me to touch it, but it does not mean the rest of you cannot cross it. Your Highness? I've just unloaded the burden of worrying about for the future. What the myriad souls care about is only the Sarkaz. From death comes new life. You'll understand the inevitability of fate. We've yet to properly perceive the truth of death. The myriad souls are no longer our shackles, and Originium no longer the sin we bear. Logos, our departure will also serve as liberation. No longer will it be a prolonged, indignant murmuring for a myriad years, nor an unforgettable legacy of suffering to be inherited. For the first time, we have a future that can be changed. For the first time, we have the right to choose, Hissaf. No surrendering, only death. You don't have to kill me. Just like the bloody crystals in my body and my comrades. They haven't appeared from the fog. I can't live on. I don't want to die. The mercenary's blade stops before it makes contact with the dying soldier. He looks towards the sky. He feels something leaving. The impatience to kill gradually fades from inside of him. God, did I imagine that? Sobs. Sarkaz no longer need to live with the shackles of history. We'll live simply for survival, resisting and suffering the same way as everyone else on this land. No, my ball of yarn! Caught you. Careful, Paprika. Phew, thanks. You can put me down now, Inez. Found a way to rescue Ami and the rest, so don't panic. Your life is worth more than a few balls of yarn. My Nana gave them to me before I left home. Wait, would you feel that, Inez? Feel what? A pounding in the depths of your soul. I was concentrating on the skeleton. I need to make sure it stays somewhere safe, where no one can locate or affect it. Paprika, what'd it feel like? Will it affect future plans? I can't say, but from everyone's faces, it seems like it wasn't just me. You're crying. Oh, you're right, but why? But what about you? Me, the same as any other sarcas. Depart, dissipate, die. Please continue accompanying Rosai on their path. There's no need to doubt your decision. Thank you, Logos. Your Highness, perhaps you may share my doubts on whether the myriad soul's departure will truly allow us to bid farewell to the past. The side will be bare, but where will the plague of death on this battlefield send the souls of our kin to? Your Highness, I will witness our end in your stead. The ferry is no more, so I shall guide the souls. If they have nowhere to go, I shall be the boat. My voice will set the torches on the other side of flame, and I hereby vow, only when I no longer fear the roaring of my kin on the other side, when our compatriots can rest in peace in this land, will the death knell cease to ring. Ripples form in the golden water as the merest soldiers spawn. Kings and heroes, regular spirits, or resentful wraiths, they leave with haste. Traces of sarcasm existing within Originium dissipate. Now please, allow me to send both you and the myriad souls off. An elegy sounds from his lips as he readies to walk over the water. The young banshee sends the myriad souls off. Indistinct sarcasm language. Leave, Patriarch. She's gone. Anonymous has bloomed and destiny is already in her hands. She's honored her vow, and so the war will abide by her. Go, no longer shroud yourself in the fog. Water death with death and honor departure with victory. Victoria's condolences. I shall personally receive it in her stead. The blue bird pecks the tears of the white-horned demon. She caresses the foul beast's feathers in its brow. Can Nightingale's inherently empty soul feel the pain of departure? Liz, you feel that? The throbbing of her soul's lamenting whispers of echoing. The corners of Liz's eyes twitch minutely, unable to respond to her deep slumber. Shining, is her condition worsening? No, she'll be fine. Margaret, we have to meet the doctor and the others with haste. Is it because of the transforming of the sky earlier? When it began changing, you started asking strange. Is this another conspiracy too? No, at the very least, he'll be unable to involve himself in the matter for the time being, though it definitely has a link to his schemes. Every sarcasm has probably felt it, the departure of someone extremely important to us all. I can't exactly comprehend what you're talking about, but any new accidents in our current situation might affect how the war will go. You're right, the doctor and the rest should have pitiful information in their end. There's no time to waste. Let us go. General. This place is... We were cleaning up the battlefield when we fortunately found you. General, we failed to recapture the lifebone. Am I the only one here? Ascalon. General, your wounds. We'll bring you back to the camp for treatment right now. No. We missed our chance, and time is no longer on our side. Our top priority now is return to Londinium and discuss our next move with the Regent. Contact the spy sentries ahead to cooperate with us and prepare to cross the war zone. General, look at the blood dripping non-stop. You're in terrible shape. The military commission cannot afford to lose another high-ranking officer. I gave an order. This is for the remaining living Sarkaz. Yes, sir. What happened? Impossible, this feeling. Your Highness, is this the price you spoke of for the Sarkaz's future? From today onwards, there'll be no trace of your existence anywhere, even within the Originium. The gods, or the arrogant being professing to be a creator, will you see them all at the end of your path, Theresa? After I felt you brushing past me, your voice has turned harder to hear. All I hear now is the void surrounding me as muffled, vapid noise. The path ahead is clear. It's time for everything to end. Theresa. Can you still hear my voice? I can. Yours, the newborns, the dying ones. Here, we can hear the voice of every Sarkaz. The souls are stranded in an ocean of consciousness, shouting our names before they drown as they wait guidance. In a present no longer recorded anywhere in time, the name we respond to most is Theresa. I can hear the raging rumbling from skeletons that fell upon the sea of stars in the ice field tens of thousands of years ago. Unknown, dreadful, terrifying. We have ended the oppression that has branded our blood from the time onward. No, we've yet to do so. We question ourselves. Did our resistance hold any meaning then? The future will prove it to us. Then what now? We shall go far away. That is my reply. Myriad souls who never gave up resisting until they dissipated did one last thing for the Sarkaz within the Originium. They fought for a future where everyone has a right to survive, for the ones still alive. Onward, everyone. One day, a certain exhausted Sarkaz girl fell to a deep sleep within the warm flames of Kazdal's soul furnace for some reason. She dreamed of her mother in a faraway country, standing in the light within the pitch-black darkness, speaking to her. She couldn't hear clearly, but she did not cry either, because she saw her mother smile. Then she woke up, opened her eyes, saw a pure white flower in a full bloom in her hand. The black dust from the forge, burning death, landed on fragile flower's petals, but unexpectedly highlighted the flower's dazzling vitality even more instead. Here, death and light congregate. The girl sheds tears, beauty, cracked by settling death aflame. After that day, Sarkaz passing by the soul furnace to see a girl show up in every single day to water a flower, growing in the originium dust and bones with drops of dew. She offered tribute to the light until the day the flower withered and died. Is that how the story ends? Why is it so sad, Thursa? Sad. I see it as a happy tale of hope arriving, Amia. The flower withered and turned to dust. The seed of new life has already been sown. Did the Revenant get left behind? No, the myriad souls never took in Revenants. Even if he regathers his thoughts, his intrinsically Aurium-infected self cannot be reversed or changed, so he is never to depart with the myriad souls. So Her Highness never planned to take him away from here either? I have no way of knowing. So it's not like Her Highness can't lie. I didn't expect to see you end up in my hands, old fossil. There's no reason to harm him anymore, W. I told you, call me Whissadale. Relax, Bunny, I'm not going to smash him to bits, I'm just taking him with me. He already died once, so it's not hard to guess why Her Highness let him remain here. Up to now, up till her death, she always craved for the Sarkaz to unite, so her plan for the Revenant's super simple. The first to live like people, even if he no longer looks anything like one. You don't have to set everything on fire, your mission ended a long time ago, so leave the rest to more capable people, like me, for instance. Just stay in this weapon for the time being, yeah? You still remember the story about the puppet, Amia? He went into a river of tears and sank the riverbed. Grief and despair, but doesn't mean it's a true ending set in stone. You can always continue the story as long as you want. But what's far more important is the storyteller themselves. The storyteller. Are you talking about yourself, Theresa? No, Amia, I prefer it to be you. Hold on, do we have to go back where we came from to leave? Is that even possible? We won't have time. This place is changing faster than I expected. So what are you and the Crone planning? How are we leaving this place? I'm still trying to figure that out. Takes out explosives. Whistle, calm down. Doctor, I cannot tell you how to leave this place. The secrets here are beyond even me. But I believe Theresa definitely mentioned a key piece of information to you. Now what? Doctor, Calcit, these roots are breaking apart and floating upwards? Theresa, what if the puppet was never alone in the first place? Maybe his companions are waiting for him down there all along. Like us, you, and everyone in Babel. Little people made of pebbles. Holes, white, black, green, red, a whole lot of them. They'll surround the puppet and bring him far from the fierce river waters. Where can they go? We're currently falling from this platform. She finally noticed what Theros has done. The tower's being erased. All the information that was organized and put together here is broken apart. But I can still feel Theros' presence, as if she still exists within the scattered information. Everywhere, although it's vanishing quickly, she's fighting against it, as are the myriad souls. Get your head moving, Hood. Even the platform we're on is breaking apart. Shit, things falling down. Doctor, I've got you. Old hag, your little freak here's near to help you, so stay still. Well, unless you want to fall and shatter into a million pieces. I have an idea on how to slow her descent. Old fossil, get out in Europe. I know you can do it. I'll wrap everyone in my arts as well. Where's Logos? I don't see the land ship. The land ship got swept away with the ocean when it was coming to a calm, but I remain and I will be your fairy. I told you, Doctor, we will reunite in peace and tranquility. Oh, wait. Logos is a bit more chill than he probably should be, but at this point we probably need someone taking that role. Then again, maybe that's why he's being so chill about it. He knows someone has to. I know the puppet will go. The Pebble people take them to the River of Tears. Doctor. Even if they get dizzy from the river's current, as long as they don't give up and stay hand in hand, they'll never get lost in the tears of sadness. When you are truly confused by everything, you'll remember the answers you seek were here all along. I think I figured out how to leave. Theresa, are you the one guiding us? Doctor. You and Amia subconsciously raise your hands at the same time. Within the silent space, a familiar ship rises. The airship was supposedly shattered to pieces and reconstructed anew according to your intentions, hovering below. Both of you gaze at the diamond shape in a distant void. Originium, Truth, Priestess, Theresa. It's time we left this place. The airship accelerates, tearing apart the void as it enters the light. The puppet and his friends don't know how much time has passed, but they never give up, even though they're super tired. They share the same wish. When the water slowed down, they seized the chance to float all the way up. They succeeded, and finally they saw a sea, a golden sea, a sea painted gold by the sun. It turns out they didn't just cross the River of Tears, but a vast ocean they didn't know about behind them. They set foot on land once again. See you, Doctor. I'll be waiting here for you. I'll be waiting for you.
We may have achieved a perfect victory, but we still can't let our guard down.
This is either the final battle or the ending. Okay, it's the ending. Yeah, it's the ending because the H stages are open, which only happens when you complete that. Even death may die. I'll grab a sip of my drink because this is going to be the ending, it looks like. Greatly reduced damage taken from their direction. Yeah, my attempts to bypass was a little silly, but to be fair, like I said, usually you can bypass it. Like, even the Chapter 13 boss, even Ducatriel's 90% damage reduction was irrelevant compared to Artoria's, yeah, compared to the elemental damage. I guess they finally figured, yeah, we need to stop that. Hey, darn you, HG! Wait, is this Babel? With help of friends, a puppet crossed the river Tears, and even the gold ocean they didn't know about. Finally, sit on the plains of hope. Sarah said, "Do you like that?" What Annie came up with? Oh, of course I do. The puppet's friends. That's my favorite part of your story. Oh, but how the story actually ends, Theresa? Theresa? I can't recall ever having this conversation, but I've dreamt of it countless times. It meant the story would finally get an ending it never had, and the storyteller never left. I want to tell her I already have the power to change how the story ends. The question I wasn't able to answer back then, and the answer I found, I'm willing to be able to bear this crown. Amiya. Metal matter fall like feather. There's no way we can stabilize this huge-ass thing. We'll end up a smear on the ground at this rate. Time to get to work, Ancestor. I'm trying. Regaining control of the ship is no easy feat. Oh, quit pretending. How are you so good at it when you're working for the military commission? Insolence. Treat your elders with respect and sarcasm. We have to brace ourselves for impact from the ship's emergency landing. Monster, protect the Doctor and Amiya. Dr. Calcit, they need me. Amiya, the puppet's friends never gave up on him, no matter how they suffered. Whenever the puppet needs him, they show up, catch him, and walk him through the troubles together. That's what I wish for as well. I hope to always be there when you need me. She's looking at me, Theresa. But what we go through, things don't always go our way. Some of the little puppet's friends get lost on our journey, but their collective memories will accompany their little puppet friend to the end. Amiya, I'll always be with you all, regardless of what form I take. Theresa, are you leaving? What are you saying, Amiya? I left a long time ago. What? You're not Theresa. Amiya, the memories in your dream are warm, but you should wake up now. Return to your companions, Amiya. They need you. Your journey has yet to end. How did I end up here? We just left the unassimilated universe. I remember the airship returning to our familiar sky. Originium crystals covering the entire ship, receding like the tide. This is the most I can do with my incantations. I'm afraid there's no way to absorb all the impact force. I'm trying my best here. One more time, old monster. Everyone needs me. What can I even do now? Believe in your strength, Amiya. I'll help you. Every inch of the gigantic ship vibrates with a metallic shudder. The airship's speed of descent slows down once more. She uses everything Theresa taught her with all of her strength to prop up the monstrously huge vessel. A warm power like a murmur from her dreams encircles Amiya. She feels as if that person who's left has returned, hugging her. Theresa, I'm here. Amiya has never experienced a feeling like this. The civil light attorney's power enveloping her, abundant and warm. Is this an illusion? Is she still dreaming? Theresa, is that really you? Well done, Amiya. You have to believe in your companions and your own strength as well. We'll descend slowly. Yeah, basically think of it like a giant pair of hands and grabbing and slowing the ship's descent. I guess that's the best way to put it. Every Sarkaz on the battlefield raises their head, as if sensing a familiar aura. The silhouette of a supposedly dead king of Sarkaz appears with radiance. With a sigh, they no longer see her, only a gentle rabbit with a similar form to the person they were expecting to see. We landed safely, I guess. Was that old thing actually useful? Or, Bunny, what do you look? Why do you look like Whistadale? What about me? Forget it. Do we up in Londinium? The shard doesn't seem so far away. Yes, the airship is a huge target. The Sarkaz station within the city. He will soon come looking for us. Yeah, notice how she has the white strings from her fingers, just like Theresa's. We have to evacuate as quickly as we can. I have something better in mind. Theresa, no, you're not. I'm the only one who can see you, right? Yes, others can see me as well, only if you wish it so. That sounds like a lot of fun. You can mess with people a lot of ways with that. Just who are you? A promise. Theresa's Phantom is the nameplate, at least. Theresa promised to stay by your side and watch you grow up. Theresa's gone forever, but she left a program in the crown. I manifested this form because of your emotions. A promise, an emotion entrusted to the crown, a will that relies on civil light eternity to exist. Do you have any doubts, Amiya? I can answer them. If Theresa truly left you here as her will, the story about the puppet and its ending, was that what Theresa wanted to tell me? Theresa made up that story herself. There's no records of it in any existing works, so there's no way I can answer your question. Oh. So. Oh, but you've surpassed her as she wished. What she wanted was to say is that she has already passed on to you. It's up to you to decide what will happen next in this story. Thank you, Theresa. Did you guys see that? The Sarkaz airship fell from the sky. The clouds are scattering. The Sarkaz can't control the storm anymore. Ami and the doctor did it. No matter how short or long this moment lasts, we must seize the opportunity. Capture Silver Rock Bluffs and advance towards the city walls. Route to the Sarkaz. Today, the second time, we witnessed her departure. A great king of Sarkaz, a true hero. She initiated an unprecedentedly grand undertaking for Sarkaz, and we are the witnesses and participants. From the Royal Court to the War Council, the Military Commission of today, we will never fall as long as the war still goes on. We've already wrestled victories with the Sarkaz over past millennia. He looks up at the dreadful scene in the sky with only reverence. The Victorians zealously chase after a phantom of victory while never understanding of why we crave war in the first place. From death comes new life. Ha, this war has sated me. Wow, a zombie not actually being full. Interesting. The 106th Assault Artillery Brigade, a successful group of the 2nd and 8th from the Duke of Normandy's Grenadier Regiments. 9th Battalion Armored Corps of the Exemplars have ceded control of Hill 92. Anti-witchcraft cannons are back online. Mid-range communications have been restored. Your Grace, the battlefield's back under our control. What of him? The Gastrol is severely damaged and should still be... Hold on, we just managed to locate it. It's right next to us. Your Grace, an urgent telegram from the Duke of Gardadin. Have our forces dispatch the Dusklow River withdraw at once. Yes, Your Grace. Your Grace, were we late? All frequencies went down simultaneously. He blinded every single eye of ours. That Duke of Wellington, many years ago, by the Dusklow River, he told me a day would come when nothing would be able to stop the advance of high-speed battleships. He's done it. Your Grace, the Gastrol's paused its advance. The Iron Duke's warships are forming up. 3 light battleships turn their guns toward. Isn't that the Duke of Wellington ship? What the bloody hell are they doing? The Sarkaz just retreated, but he wants to start another war with the Dukes? Has he truly gone mad? The dead, that fire in their eyes. The nearby adjutant hill stops in its tracks. The purple leaves their eyes, floating someplace further away. The shadows and smoke and shrouding the entire fleet of steel. Your Royal Highness Ablana, are you ready? Anytime. Flame falls from the sky, rolling across the flagship's brow, burning the original flag instantly. Similar fires blossom purple, one after another on every ship in Wellington's fleet. Huh? What day is today? What's with the fireworks? Heck, it's not just that. Isn't that the municipal building? What was that they just rolled up from there? Yeah, it's a new flag. We worked so hard just for today, you know. Still looks nice, doesn't it? The Dublin flag, I'd wager. Thank you for my flower, Miss Reed. It's so pretty. What are you looking at, miss? We're quite a distance from Londinium, yes? Could the ashes of the battlefield float this far? A spark falls on the Draco's fingertips. The fleeting purple fades, leaving a spark of dull gray ash. It's hot. Tara, after a century, we finally raise our flag once more in this land. We have proved our strength, the Sarkaz and the Victorians. Here and now, no one will be able to stop us, to scorn us. Tarans, my people, they shall become forced to control the war and shape the land. We shall let everyone see the coming of a new age. The Draco raises her hand, smiling. Every Terran flag flutters in unison. A rich purple coalesces under the clouds. Finally, it stands against the crimson sword in a still flickering golden light. I guess with Sarkaz on the back foot, Dublin decided it's their turn. He really has no intention of letting us breathe. Wellington, do you truly hate Victoria, or... Your Grace, an urgent telegram from Duke Gododin. And the Duke of Normandy, as well as Duke of Fife. Let them sit on their anxiety for a while. Back then, we joined hands to confine this warmonger into a duke's attire. Now we have no choice but to suffer the consequences of our actions. Go, fetch a proposal locked away in the first drawer on the right side of my desk. I wrote it myself before I came to Londinium. Will the Iron Duke be willing to restart negotiations? No, that's not it. Victoria will no longer have an Iron Duke in the future, but Castor may perhaps find a powerful new ally. Alrighty, see you later, Emma. Thanks for stopping by. Are we forging an alliance with the Wellington at the time? This is in our best interests. He knows that I will make this choice. He and King Gale's descendant treat war and death like their bargaining chips. We must recognize Tara's independence if we don't wish to go to war on two fronts at this critical juncture. Our soldiers and people will be furious once they find out about Wellington's betrayal. They won't accept our choice so easily either. Indeed, but what of it? The people have always longed for a hero that descends from the heavens to guide them. The Duke cast her gaze toward the battlefield below. The soldiers are excitedly chanting the name in the wake of their fresh, decisive victory. Exemplars. She certainly doesn't resemble her father, other than her golden hair. Speaking of which, it's amusing how legitimate heirs of the Aslan royal line always sport such dazzling hair that you can see it signed from afar. Oh, you mean Alexandrina? That girl might just be Victoria's chosen one. The ducal fleets are restructuring their formation. They're slowing their pursuit. So that's why the Crown's got all quiet. What are they thinking? The Sark has only just retreated, so now's the best time to give them a thrashing. That's Gododin's frigate. They're approaching. The Castor wreck of Castor's flagship. Seems he's taking the opportunity for a breather. Just that. It's probably because he's scared the ship's gonna take so long to repair the Nazars will rush in and devour them all. When's the last time we saw Londinium's walls? Are they cracked wide open, covered in originium, or soaked in fresh blood, all covered in dead branches, or even inlaid with the bones of our people? When we got out of Norport, many of us might have thought that was the worst we'd experienced, but after we saw a deck flooded with blood, went through a perilous time thanks to all originium, we watched as the war turned our city into an unrecognizable ruin. Is there anyone willing to puff out their chest and say they can't imagine how the city looks inside? The Duke's spies should have more information than we do. From their conduct, Castor and the others are probably preparing to abandon Londinium. A nomadic city wrecked by the Sarkaz may be worth less than a fleet formed at a high price. Also, the shard is truly yet to fall. No one knows if the Sarkaz have any remaining tricks or if another city will be turned to a battlefield. More nobles might decide to move their troops back home. Blast, I knew they'd try something like that. Win a tough fight, not give a crap about what's gonna happen in Londinium. Yes, as you say, that's what they definitely do, so it's just another ordinary day for Victoria. As for us, we decided long ago what to do, haven't we? Siege walks in the crowd. For a moment, she cannot discern if someone belongs to the Exemplars or was saved by them. Everyone's exhausted, but they hold their heads up high. Siege knows she doesn't have to say much, because open eyes will not close so easily anymore. Everyone watches Siege. Siege looks towards Londinium, the city and their people. She lifts her hammer hand. Exemplars! Advance! Enough, enough. Please withdraw the order. The shard's already stopped. How can we go on fighting? What else can we do now but be smashed to pace by a high-speed battleship? Shut up. That sarcasm fled of Malvor's low-ranking officer. We're at war, and this is the battlefield. Hide in here all you want, and some feline will eventually lop your head off anyway. Pick up your blade. If we must die, die with dignity. There's no other way we can go. Wait, what's going on? Who else could use the Royal Court's frequency? Who signals this? Hello, hello, can anyone hear me? Wisdale's the name, the one and only name bearer, Her Highness, King of Sarkaz, Theresa herself. Every Sarkaz under the military commission, listen up. I don't care if you came here after hearing whatever nonsense Theresis or some Royal Court geezer. I'm delighted to announce the war has ended and you guys have lost, but Her Highness says she wants to have every Sarkaz return home. So if you want to live, it's time to ignore orders of the military commission and do as the transmission says. Oh, I should have mentioned this earlier. This is Babel. Quick, follow me. This path is safe and we haven't spotted any Sarkaz at the time being. A transmission? Our own exemplar frequency. Misclosure! I'm listening. Time to turn up the volume more. Everyone should be able to hear it now. Wow, to hear that right? The siege lady did it! She brought back our people with her and together pave a way. A way home. We've sent a squad closest to the location over. Fang squad's also on their way. She's the fastest out of them and can help us ensure the road stays clear. Right. Next, I just need to find a relatively safe spot for the rendezvous. No need for that. Misclosure. We've come quite close to the city walls. Every maintenance access point is inside my head. Every member of the Self-Salvation Corps that pulled out of Londinium won't forget them. There are very old passages the Sarkaz definitely don't have any clue about. We can go home. That frequency you care about is active. Judging from their speed, they're practically rushing towards the city. Passages the Sarkaz don't know about only number a few. They'll definitely pick a path closest to Highbury. K-13? Something's happened here before. Feist won't risk that with his party. It's probably K-15. If they go through somewhere else, spread news about Munitions Factory 11 and figure a way to lure them there. Same rules usual? Yes, clean the path up as much as you can. And don't get spotted when make kill, right? You're more wary with these regular workers and exemplars than you are with the Sarkaz. In case something does go awry, could you just let me know if you see them as friend or foe? That doesn't matter. The person they knew is no longer here. That disgraceful traitor died in the Mausoleum of Kings and is no longer worthy of retrieving glory they threw away themselves. She hears a familiar voice sound once more, again and again, agitating your eardrums and heart, but there's no white steam in the sky at all. Perhaps it's merely a sound of active originium evaporating into the air. That armor, did they fly away? We haven't gotten any news. The Sarkaz might have taken it apart, or maybe Originium buried in the battlefield. You achieve your goal now by leading to the side of Kings to help the Exemplars out, but it's difficult to control. Do we have to figure out a way to retrieve it? Let's not risk ourselves that just yet. I mean, it might just pop out on its own accord whenever. Who knows when that mad ghost will want to do next. Perhaps. Or maybe next time we meet, we can find a bit of something that belongs to him. Cough, cough. Absolutely not. You know just how rare it is to find protective gear to cope with high levels of originium in London nowadays. Oh, but your price is just too... We have a lot of people in our community who need these. Can't you cut it? You just told your wife and child have stones growing on them and they can't bear with the pain. I'll be frank, me too. Every night it gets so painful I can't catch a wink. I suspect the same goes for everyone in the city. Those wretched crystals are growing wantonly on everyone, not to mention the devil's anxiously running amok. So listen well, my price is fairer than fair. You're worried for your health, but I have plans for my future. Columbia's private sanatoriums don't come cheap. I know a director there is a cunning scoundrel, and I can only hope he doesn't con me out of my coin. I also have to pay for my servants and chef. What's going on? Mr. Hall, they're currently... The Sarkaz found us? Hurry, get moving. Push all those paupers clinging to our doorway to buy more... Still clinging to the doorway to buy more time. Those devils can't tell whose lives are more valuable. No, that's not it. They're not Sarkaz. Blasted, they smashed our warehouse wall, and now everyone's rushing in to grab the goods inside, and we can't stop them. What do I pay you for? Where are the electrical nets to every crossbows? I don't care if you track some sarcasm as long as you keep the goods safe. They have fire on their side. Fire? Yeah, that was tough talk for someone in Aggie Dine range. Good day, Mr. Hall. I know you people. Reunion! The city's been abuzz about your group these past few days. Listen to me, Reunion. I don't know why there's a misunderstanding between us. I'm infected too. We're basically family, right? We can work together. Name a price. How much for my bodyguards? Reunion does not accept employment offers. Then my share of sales. Donation. I can make donations infected. The city's infected need all these urgency. Aren't we the people you fight for? Donation. That's not the tune you were whistling earlier. Oh, I see. I get it now. I should have thought of it earlier. Of course, they haven't won all this for themselves. You're just capitalizing on another crime. You want to set the score? Sure, I'll begin. Stuart Hall, you applied for a large subsidiary every year for protective equipment because your factory processes originium, but your workers have never seen a single garb of protective gear you've accumulated. The infected living outside in the outskirts of town. Just how many of them were your workers who were kicked from your factory? Meanwhile, you stuffed yourself with Colombian Pioneer Company meetings. Failing to send all these gear out before the war broke in Londinium must have cost you a pretty penny. But now you still thought yourself lucky. Londinium's done for, and the protective suits you almost deemed a loss have come in handy again. What do you people want? You're not a group that liberates infected. Look at the stones all over my body. Physical illness is not the source of the infected suffering. It is injustice. Your luck has run out, Mr. Hall, because Reunion is here. Well, you reap what you sow, I suppose. You're Tallulah, right? I've heard of you. It's all thanks to you. Just doing what I should do. Oh, this is a lot of protective suits we have here. We'll have to distribute them. Even if the infection is inevitable for some, this equipment can slow the disease's progression for those already sick. And at the very least, they won't have to suddenly explode into bits from continuous exposure to high-level originium zones. Oh, but most infected choose to hide in their homes. So they won't know who to ask for help, even if their condition gets dire, right? Let us look for them. Oh, Tommy, you know how dangerous that is. Of course, the odd thing about hanging above the shard seems to be gone. The sky's lightened up a little. Guess the Sarkaz are having trouble. Our blokes are having saying a huge amount of the Sarkaz are retreating into the city. They're also swarming the spot where the flying fortress fell. According to the current alert level, going out is practically suicide. Oh, then we're doomed long ago, right? I understand. My brother lives in County Cassshire, if you've met him. If I don't make it back, give my wrench to him. If possible, tell him... Nah, don't tell him anything. Also, Catherine, my stance towards you, Feist, the Self-Salvation Corps, and Rhode Islanders never changed. Well, there's no meaning in saying that. What's happened won't change. But you can influence a change, whatever is yet to happen, kid. Ha. Then we're all good to go. That's quite brave of them. You've spent quite a long time staring at those punks. They've turned their backs on us. Reunion nearly collapsed because of traitors. These few fellas didn't shake things up too much. There's anyone who's never been confused in their life. We have our own rules. There are other places that could use your help, but you'll go over anyway, won't you? Save your strength, avoid combat, get into more suits from Percival, and keep yourself safe. Wait, how did you know? No, forget it. Thank you. That went smoothly. Quite a number recognized you and your fire, Tallulah. I already put the shackles back on. If only they could see my flames as hope. Now we have a literal city of infected. Can you find a shadow of your former ideals in it? Only rubble and ruin everywhere I look. Even when we infected live in our own vastly different lives, we suffer the same disease, but never the same kind of suffering. This is why Reunion has to be here. If the infected are born from the injustice, we will stand against all injustice. Chen. Oh my, you're finally back. Are you hurt, child? The Sarkaz didn't spot you, did they? I'm fine. Thank you for letting me stay here. I brought some food back. How are you feeling? There's more stones, but it's fine. It doesn't hurt. An old lady like me never had much to live anyways. But a group came by while you were gone. They're good people. They gave me a checkup, asked them to come back to examine you. A checkup? Were they doctors? Rhode Island should be in the city by now, but I haven't managed to reconnect with them, so if that was them. Doctors, I'm not sure, but they told me to look for a place with flames if I need help. Flames. Oh, you're back. This girl's helped me so much. She's infected too. Take her with you for an examination. So it's you. Yes, it's been a very long time, Chen. The artisans who carved the giant statues here many years ago never could have imagined the guards of the Royal Mausoleum collapse into rubble due to the Sarkaz, instead standing for eternity. Yeah, together with Victoria. The Fahrenheit skeleton emerges from deep underground, landing with a few lucky survivors. Inez, where are we? It's too quiet. We're not on a battlefield. Inez, Inez! Inez, Hodor is awake. Paprika, where are you? Where's Inez and W? What's become of the battlefield? Did they recapture the lifeboat? We're currently underground with many stone giants. Inez is W went with the others. Hold on, that's too many questions at once. You recovered quicker than I thought. I thought he'd be more ruthless with you. What of him? Who knows? Ascalon might have already killed him. Don't give me that look. It's good for us if he's really dead. Oh, but Inez. Paprika, now's not the time. Okay. Currently, we've stopped the lifeboat in the Mausoleum of Kings. W followed the doctor and the others to stop the airship. We don't know how they're doing. The Mausoleum of Kings, are you sure? I recognize the Steam Knights equipment. That's all. Plenty of Sarkaz remains here, so if my hunch is right, this is where the Steam Knights were surrounded and killed back then. Any other clues? I did find something. Take a look. This is clothing? I found it on a relatively intact Sarkaz skeleton. I thought it might jog your memories. There's a word embroidered in the lining. Julie. Julie, Hodor, did you know them? Hodor shakes their head. There aren't many Sarkaz with names. And there's nobody involved with this. And there's not anybody involved in the slaughter here that was ordinary. She left her name here. And it should have stayed undiscovered forever. But we chanced upon her. What she and those did here will ultimately be remembered. But it sounds like it wasn't something to be happy about. We're to have more than enough of our own buried in this foreign country after all. How many of them can we remember when everything's over? What's next? Your injury. Whistadel. War ended. This is Babel. Whistadel. Who? That sounded like W. What's she up to this time? Have we received any more intelligence from outside the battlefield? Shakes her head. I fear we might have missed out on something very important, like there was a huge boss fight that we were present for. He really did try to kill me. Give yourself some time to heal. I won't die just yet. I mean, I'm a crusher. I am a massive HP sponge. It's hard to kill me in a single hit. Our top priority is to contact the doctor and W. If she wasn't lying on the transmission, then she really needs us now. It seems like the battle's gone a long way past how I expected it to go. Regent, Theresa, what exactly have you two done? We escaped an underground passage covered by the chaos of the airship's landing. We went through so much of the assimilated universe, but Originium's special nature means we were only gone for a brief moment, effectively. This will likewise be a sudden change for the military commission. It could be a good chance for us. Indeed, communications are being restored and the Ducal Alliance will speed up their advance. I don't think the military commission will stand a chance against the surrounding offensive from the Alliance. A proactive attack from us might bring greater results if we rely on the contact points of the city strive to preserve. It was only because she put herself in danger this time that our backup plan managed to proceed without a hitch. She did well. Speaking of Heidi, I'd love to hear from Dr. Calcid in private about what your group went through, but it really isn't the best time for that. To be honest, it was all I could do to bring you out of the chaos. Many of those in the city saw the airship crash, and everyone's been guessing who's done it. Doctor, you may find it hard to imagine the joy when you suddenly see hope within the long dark night. Sounds like it'll benefit our operation in the city. I wouldn't call it benefit. At most, it means more possibilities for us. Heidi, how did contact and closure go? Communications are still being restored, and the city's taken a hit. We're pressed for time as well. W, no. She insists I call her Whistadel. She said she received a transmission from her subordinates and took off to verify. I couldn't stop her. No matter, she knows very well what she should be doing. Also, check your belongings. She must have left a way for us to contact her. Huh? There really is. When did she leave this beacon on me? Oh, that's very much her style of doing things. How are Amiya and Logos doing? The next area has been swept clear yet. Once they confirm it's safe, we'll evacuate to the next safe point at once. Dr. Amiya, she... Don't worry about her, she just needs time. Alright, I'll do my best to get in touch with more of our friends in the city. We'll need help. I also just compiled all the information we know. Sync the day with closure once you make contact with her. I also uploaded arrangements for the other Rhodes Island operators on PRTS. Tell them to update as soon as they can so everyone's on the same page. Seizing the opportunity. Yeah, currently every faction in Londinium has their own blind spots. It's our chance to buy time and react to everything in advance. Understood. I'll handle it. I'm the one most familiar with the rebuilt intracity network, after all. You may not have noticed, Doctor, but you've become more proactive ever since we left the assimilated universe. Is that so? Is it due to the first Originium? You've become somewhat impatient ever since you met Theresa and learned the true sub and never speak of. I don't think it's a bad thing. Still, I have my own reservations, but what's important now is to stay clear-headed and make your judgments. Why did I betray Theresa back then? Only Theresa knows the truth behind that. I'll not make any further comments, but it does not mean my anger towards that event is no more. However, Doctor, you've proven yourself to me and us. You've walked the same path to us to where we are today, and that's enough to prove Theresa made the right decision. So there's no need to be trapped by your past self. Besides, you know absolutely nothing about everything that happened to them. That's precisely why I can't comprehend her choice at all. But from her few sentences, I have the suspicion that fills me with fear. I'm a destroyer of this land. Can you really say that now, with such a calm tone? You're hesitating and you have doubts. It was never your true self. Do not let unwarranted speculation disturb your present determination. We determine who we are by our actions and than our words, no matter how long we spend hesitating before we reach the end. The future will answer me, Doctor. I'm now more willing to follow you down your path. Yeah, there's no time to be worrying about what might happen. Some advice given me while I was with a chess club that has remained even in life here. It's good to be aware of a future threat and to keep it in mind, but you don't want to obsess over it. Otherwise, you might miss another, possibly even more immediate threat. And that's definitely something we need to be wary of here. The Doctor potentially ending the world is something we can worry about at a later date, because right now, the Sarkaz are more likely to accomplish that first. But now our key focus should be the thing that can turn the tides of war, the first Originium, Anonymum. Theresa would only hand it over to someone she trusts, no matter how the Sarkaz are faring. Theresa's trust towards Theresis never changed. They never truly diverged from one another. What we currently face is still within the scope of their plan. Theresis, we have unfinished tasks to take in. We don't know what Theresis plans to do with the weapon that can easily change this land. There's a reason to believe it will not be a gentle method. We need to stop him. Originium has something to do with me. I can't absolve myself from the atrocities that happened in Londinium either. Perhaps this is my mission. Did you just smile? No. Now, have you decided next course of action, Doctor? I have a rough idea in mind, but I'll need your help. Absolved will be the Seekers. End. Damn, that was a good one. That's possibly my favorite chapter so far. And that says a lot, because there's been quite a few good ones so far. Now the Sark has only one choice to make there. So yes, our people have already made their choice. I will fulfill the promise made between us, and I'll help you. Why do you sigh? I know if I won, you'd stand by my side without a shred of hesitation. Isn't that right? Theresis? Theresis can no longer hear her voice. She's gone, but her answer, the future remains. The first Originium fell from the Shard's peak, traversed the barrier, and landed in the palace of Westaleg's subterranean throne room. The answer already lies in the palm of his hand. You wrestled the key from the Sarkaz from its arrogant creator, as you promised me you would, but I've lost you completely. Theresia, you fulfilled your promise, so how could I resign myself to walk in your shadow? I'll continue to walk ahead the path we were halfway through to the end, to retrieve what is ours. For those who believe they can dictate our fate, I shall judge that arrogant sin, and this land ought to revere us. This war to him has already ended. As for the future, the rest will bear witness. He ignores the ancient seat of the Victorian kings caked in dust and steps into an unknowable darkness. Theris has already opened him, the door of the truth. He looks forward to what he'll find beyond the door. Who will be there to welcome him? I have a question, Phantom of Bygone Age. Who boasts yourself a giant, a god and supreme creator, one who can dictate the fate of Sarkaz? Are you truly the only one of your kind? Doctor. A secret place.
I'm here.
Yeah, that's right. Complete evolved stages and hidden front missions to unlock confidential recordings. Recently, there's been an influx of patients.
An influx of patients, and the sick bays can't accommodate them all. At times like these, I find myself wishing that Rhodes Island was just a little bigger. But Closure has already been up all night working on the renovation project, and I can't be too harsh on her.
If this is voice, I'll grab a drink.
Oh, among these new arrivals, there are a lot of very young children. This land may not always be kind to us, but the one constant is that children will always be our hope. We don't have a tremendous number of doctors who know how to take care of children. As cute as they may be, they're not always the best behaved. And that can be headache-inducing. Even Ascalon doesn't take her own health as seriously these days. Huh? Ascalon? Why are you here? No, I didn't call for you.
Interesting, there's something that goes below here? Yeah, on 1423. I think I have to win. Alright, I should probably do the roguelike mode on my own. I think I just have to do it each on my own time, and I'll eventually get all of them. Although the, So basically I'm gonna get a bit more of the backstory in each of these as I unlock them. But it looks like I have to do some special things to unlock some of these stages. Let's see here. Not the hidden front. Let's see. I'm just gonna look up the wiki real quick to see what I need to do to unlock this stage. Interesting, it doesn't say that. Secret stage. Oh, I have to do 14-18 with Amiya in the stage. Whoops, I didn't have Amiya here. Well, not a problem. I can do this. Oh, she's already been changed to the medic form. Nice. It didn't. Interesting. It didn't make a big deal of announcing it like Chapter 8 did, or did Chapter 8 not do it either, and I missed it? Oh well. Yeah, let's exchange Lumen for.
Is this the rendezvous point?
Don't worry, Doctor. I'll catch up to the others.
Alright, I just have to bring Amiya for that, but for now, we have a new operator and we need to build her.
All around. You can break for a bit longer. The tents
I believe it's significantly cheaper if you use the lower denomination ones, but also takes a lot longer, so I usually only do all of the low ones for, yeah.
Did I just see Amiya fighting?
Here we are, future elusive, distant past.
I still remember every medal I distributed with these very hands. These ceremonies are also commitments. Rhodes Island will never give up on her ideals. Let sacrifices be in vain, or forget about those who have traveled with her. Even now, we remain on the same course we originally charted.
Oh, I should also get the potential up here. Ooh, 9 DP is kind of expensive for a bard, but whatever. I have all these mats specifically to get her going, so...
Did I just see Amiya fighting?
E2 time.
I know there are still many people who need me. Don't worry. This time, I'm not going anywhere.
I believe her S2 is usually the preferred one, but her S3 is also quite good for its own reasons. Right, I need to upgrade her skills real quick. Excellent. I'll be mastering those on my own time. I'll also get oh right, I should level her a little more as well. 60 is what a 6-star needs for a module. Oh yeah, and you'll know she's a free 6-star, not 5 like usual. Sadly, like most welfare 6-stars, she is explicitly designed to be inferior to the gacha one, that being Scotty Alter, but like I said, Scotty Alter is a very old, limited unit now, and this game does not do reruns. You just get the chance to... They just have this ability to spark them on newer ones as well, which is, honestly, I don't think it's very reliable.
Did I just see Amiya fighting?
Honestly, it's probably even worth maxing out just because of how good her ability is, but... 59? Oops.
Did I just see Amiya fighting?
Yeah, the inspiration's gonna be a big deal, but her trust bonuses are also gonna be relevant, so... We'll worry about that later. Alright. So, yeah, it says the stage needs to be clear 14A with Amiya and the squad. I don't know how I missed that, but oh well. I'm gonna do it on standard environment because it's easier. Yeah, we'll replace this one with Civilized Eternia then.
Will you lead us to victory once more, Doctor?
I guess I didn't need 3 medics, but, well, whatever. Medic Amiya is an incantation medic, so she's more of a caster with healing on the side. Because as you saw during the boss fight, Reed can only heal so much if there's nothing to target. She can't heal if there's nothing to target.
Now, wait in line. We got plenty for everyone.
Show me what you're made of. Amuse me, if you even can.
It's fine, as long as I can muster up the courage.
And the good news is, Civilized Eternia, as I hinted earlier, when the Bard modules come, she really benefits well from it.
Yeah, you're here for me as needed. It's not my wish to take life.
You can do this. Here, the first step is a deep breath.
I'm hearing movement.
Now, wait in line. We got plenty for everyone.
I'm here, Doctor.
Active heals on nearby allies, attract attack.
War. A word I've not heard in a long, long time. Amiya here from the grim perils of the longest night.
Only in the plus shape, eh?
Into the promised dawn. It's okay. Your ideas are equally worthy of respect. I wasn't supposed to act, but...
Yeah, I probably should have placed her where Thorns is and Thorns above.
Now, wait in line. We got plenty for everyone.
Got my bolts kitted, and that's as far as you go.
Ray, take care of that thing, if you please.
Doctor,
Yeah, there's nothing to target here, so Ami can't actually heal allies as much as...
Always so focused on the ground. But have you forgotten to look above?
Kamehameha!
It's your unlucky day.
Haha. Gotta love it. Our first victorious fight with Civilite Eternia.
You always make the perfect calculations, so that everything falls into place just as you planned, don't you?
And here we are. Collect. Here we are. Lingering Mercy. The future of sailing upon a gentle land belongs to all of you. Past and future, Therisicus begins the answer in the sea of information. This is an eternal journey, one that promises to never end. The myriad souls have long fallen to silence, and their forms worn away by the ravages of time. Only their king still moves forward. For the sake of them all, Theris has no intention of stopping. She traveled the depths of Civilite Eternia several times in the past, but this time her wanderings are slightly different. She no longer stops to draw from the sea of knowledge. She's merely here to see. Use your own eyes for one last time to see the people and affairs of the lands. What happens, or what perhaps is what not yet has happened. So in the end, she managed to make it this far. Now, what should I praise Her Highness for? Stubbornness? Incredible talents? Pah, forget it. No matter if I scold or praise her, the myriad souls won't be able to hear it. Let us put the situation Victoria aside for a moment. Therasis and Neslim will sort out that mess. Now, the military commissioned spies all shuffled into Wasserland spires. They're itching to pit the goats and cats against one another as soon as they can, so they avert their eyes from Casdale. Keep your threads tidy, damn you. Remember, we too will be scurrying out there for with that boastful sheep is unlikely to tolerate us lurking about underneath her nose any longer. I've already grumbled about La Carmine about how that pair of siblings is far too radical. They have all sorts of trouble breathing down our necks soon. Mark my words. You'd best make haste on your work at Casdale, Ermengarde. If Theris' plan does not completely exceed the armies of Victoria, no, Lithuania and the other nations of the core will immediately march on Casdale. We must inherit the legacy of Babel and protect the city. We must not let what happened 200 years ago repeat itself. Wait, did that thread move? Was that you, Ermengarde? I see. Hope. I truly dislike having to hear that word, but it does seem like a path forward opening for us. Is that right, Your Highness? Theris sees the tiniest of smiles break through the elderly lich's solemn visage. She loosens the transparent thread running through the depths of the void, giving her old friend a nod as she paused his complaints for a moment before setting off for even more distant lands. That shadow has changed. This, I see. Wait a minute, that's a guy from IS4, isn't it? That's Ecthernir. Or however you pronounce it. The shadow has changed. This I see. Yeah, it is. Ecthernir. Yet another ill omen of yours? Not completely. For seeking me out to inform me of what you've foreseen, you have my thanks. But my mind is unchanged. The taint the demons bring with them is spreading, and if all we do is move south over and over, Sammy is doomed to be drowned. Even if everything I see pertaining to your future ends in tragedy, I always knew it will. As early as the time I became a snow priest, no, since I was born in this ice field, since I became a Sami warrior, I knew what my end would be. I do not fear death. I also do not fear the demons stealing my body, turning me into an enemy that sows corruption with every step. There will be younger warriors following my footsteps, heading for the furthest reaches of the north. If by some misfortune we were to meet, they would use their bows and stabs to cleanse my body of its stains. The will to protect Sammy will not so easily die out. It is thanks to this that I do not consider this outcome a tragedy. If that's the case, then good fortune to you, Expeditioner. Please, take this. A full dardle. Call it a parting gift. I've heard most of the Cyclops clans have decided to leave Sammy, but you've chosen to stay behind. There was a prophecy about the survival of this land. I must make it manifest. Sammy will thank you for your many years of toil, Sarkaz. You've shared your farsight with me, and in turn I will grant you a sound I've heard. The horn resounds across the battlefield. The signal of the expedition is also a way to greet others across great distances. Perhaps the Cyclops will not return to Kazdel, for this frozen land is already your home. Theris' gaze overlaps with Argus's. She looks over the wondrous pattern inscribed upon the wood given to her by the Snow Priest. Excellent. Flora and fauna flourish and fall, last ye ever long. Found it. Those readings, it's definitely near. Watch your step, my calculations can't be wrong. We're standing on the greatest archaeological discovery in Columbia. No, all nations. So how should we go about digging that hole as fast as possible? I'd like to send myself down there alongside some energy cables. Mario won't be happy. He'd definitely would prefer we explore and excavate with more care. But who asked him to go north and never return? The engineering section's in charge of this. My crews already began work before I notified you. Very good. Would you mind if I'm the first one down? Nasty and Sark has guard. Oh, you rarely have used incantations during your work. I have to make sure the people around me don't go fainting at the sight of some sarcasm parlor tricks. Right, Nasty is also a banshee. Obviously not nearly on the level of Logos. Logos is their king for a reason, after all. After all, the rules of fiction always have that the leader is the most powerful of them all, because that's just more interesting, I guess, is the best way to put it. Military and the Maylanders will be here soon. Whatever you're hoping to find, you need to make it quick. I will. Before my eyes are blinded to the shroud of death, I must see all that I wish to see. At least the good news is that since I'm not it's not reasonable for me to guess Gaudy Altar. Civilized Attorney is gonna handle all my bard needs from here on out. Who knows, maybe she'll be another M9 candidate. Guess we'll see. Her S2 is the main one, but I do know her S3 has a lot of situational usages that's worthwhile as well. Theresa sees. The time moves forward once more by a stitch. She can feel this place reject her. She thinks back many years ago, the first time she drew near the heart of the Rhodes Island landship alongside Calcit. This place is similar, a place she never set foot upon, a divine residence, preserver in an unknown language. That cute little being is just left, but then comes another intruder. Oh, perhaps not. Within these ripples of data tagging along, I sense something familiar to me. Perhaps you are like me, someone left behind in the past, a spirit with no choice but to struggle, an age not of your own. What has kept you going this long sojourn? Perhaps a feeble, dim hope? Or perhaps the cherished memories of your kin you cannot see any longer? Take care of my lance, Dr. Calcit. It may tear your paper skin. Take care around my lance, Calcit. It may tear your paper skin. No matter. There's nothing below the surface of the sea worthy your attention at this point in time. What is it you have your gaze fixed upon? A few memories, that is all. I once believed the Aegir is far removed from this land. The problems it faced were different to ours. Perhaps I might not have been entirely correct. I'm surprised you question yourself. I merely do not wish to arrive late a second time. If the ocean's troubles are not so independent of the lands, then the threats we face may intersect. This would be a situation far worse than our prior worst-case scenarios. Luckily, we have an opportunity to seize the initiative before the crisis deteriorates. I hope you can keep that level of confidence when you accompany me on my return to Aegir. The ones I trust are the hunters, Gladia. A most amusing pretense. The abyssal hunters had emerged from the seafloor on a dry land, and now they prepare to return. I have seen you change along your journey. Change? Not quite what I expected. You'll find yourselves back at your starting point. No matter if it's you, Scotty, or Spectre, or your colleague who chose to walk his own path in life. Ulpanis. Best make yourselves ready. When the time comes, you'll find yourself in a different perspectives on Aegir, on the sea and land, on the calamities we must face together. That is far more valuable than any physical bridge between our people. Motes of light float on the water's surface, casting clear shadows, just like the bridge Calcit spoke of. There are some steps atop this bridge spanning the void. Time speeds up in waves matching its speed, and she finds it difficult to control how her consciousness advances. Calcit. Theresa tries her best to turn her head back, look upon her friend and her friends, old and new, staying behind her until they merge together with motes of light. The motes expand. The former King of Sarkaz finds herself standing in the middle of a church, bathing in purest light, a holy light. She stands face to face with the Sanctipope, his bright halo ringing his head. The young messenger met by chance by the riverside, a gentle old man in the church, in front of the church window. She remembers him, as time has not changed her judgment. Ah, yes, Pope Gabe Newell. I mean, Evangelistia the 9th, the 11th. Yeah, there's a reason. But yeah, I probably don't have to say much to just explain why the fandom just refers to him as Pope Gabe Newell. It's been quite a while since any new names have emerged. Is that a good thing? We've had many new saints within the short few years. With some of their number, I found myself hard-pressed to agree with their appointment. We still do not know what role these saints play in their future. Since there have been no further saints chosen, Your Holiness, does this mean the crisis may have passed? You're quite optimistic. I hope that our Laterano could stay as optimistic as you for a very long time. However, it has never fallen silent in the past. Ah, Your Holiness, for a moment I wasn't able to feel. How can this be? The light dies out. First the lantern, then the city block. The Tower of Revelations and Tutorial Hall. All on the Pagus Mechelion, and then on the Sunset Chapel. Then the Chapel Square. Right, the Sancta were all originally Sarkaz, but the machine god known only as the Law ascended them into the angel-like creatures they are now. Hence why the Sarkaz consider them to be traitors, since they've been evolved into a new species, effectively. It all plunges to darkness. The swift, chaotic cannot be held back. The ice field, the ocean, land. All signs foretell the suffering of people tomorrow will face, just like the suffering she's seen many a tight within the Villita Eternia. She emerges from the darkness, golden sands shift beneath her feet, ruins, crystal clusters, sand dunes, everything before her eyes is strange and unfamiliar. Raising her head above the sandy squall, she hears, sees, hear, see, feel the presence of a lonely girl. The one walking right towards her, a figure wrapped in a cloak. The girl raises her hood. The originium blooms under the girl's feet like the Martha Snow. Theresa sees her rhomboid pupils. Ah, it's the priestess, isn't it? The sands sweep across her view, covering her eyes. This is not the end, but the furthest that Theresa can go. The darkness presses in on her, barring her way forward. It covers her eyes and smothers her thoughts. Only her passionate emotions remain, still echoing within the eternal darkness. She once held countless questions as she walked upon her journey, but once she reached the end, all she desired was a simple answer. In these futures, and perhaps ones even further away, are the people I love still there? Theresa urgently searches, turning towards the only light within the darkness. She's found the answer. That was interesting, yeah. Another.
Even when Ami is asleep, her ears still twitch. Anya, I'm so sorry for making a decision like this myself. But I truly believe we can change that future you so despise. I often wonder, with whom will you walk shoulder to shoulder? And what kind of future will you choose? Babel will be your warm hearth. It's a little kindling taken from the furnace, and it will surely bring comfort to many in the future. Amia, I will stay with you for whatever time I have left. I will watch you grow, and will also be with you as we look out across this land. Amia, I seem to be a bit tired. Would you mind if I borrowed your bed? Good night, Amia.
Doctor, I'm just back from patrol. Safest houses all around. You can break for a bit longer. The tenser the state of things, the more you need a proper stretch now and then.
I'm probably not going to do the H stages. I'm probably just going to focus on farming some extra stuff, because I'm completely out of a number of chips, for example. I need to get that done. Alright, I have these to do too. Yeah, by clearing all the stages on regular and adverse environment, I got all of it, so we're in good shape. Alright, well that was Chapter 14, and Absolved will be the Seekers. Definitely a favorite now, and it's good to finally have a lot of these answers. I'm now seeing why Babel needed to come out before it as well, because we need we the audience need to know this before the Doctor did in order to properly understand what's going on, even if not completely. That's kind of neat. But that's going to be all for tonight. Until next time, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.